Okie dokie, hello there. We are roughly 10 minutes early, so if you're watching video on demand, feel free to skip like at least 10 minutes ahead. Maybe more, you never know. I will try to not talk too much to people in the introduction of these videos, but every time when people join, they have something to say, so I like to talk. I like to talk. It is what it is, right? Well, let's see how this goes today. Let's see how this goes. Where is my OBS? OBS, there we go. Is this chat? No, this is chat. Countdown. Okay, okay. The video is rolling. Good enough. When you join the stream, say hello, say good evening, say good day, whatever it is on your end. It is a nice Sunday. Very sunny here where I am. And like always, I'm gonna be talking to myself for a little while. Okay, what if I refresh this page? What happens then? I'm getting out of focus. Yeah, I can see that. Hey camera, focus me. Concurrent viewers too. Okay, so there is somebody coming in already. Good evening to you, good people. Good people. And on the Twitch side, also 2 viewers. Good evening, Twitch as well. Back to the OBS, right? Okay, now I'm in focus. That's kind of good. It's kind of good. This camera is not that smart. Maybe in the future I could cut the camera around here somewhere. But when I switch to the other mode where the monitor is, right, this one. So the reason why I keep it so wide is because well, basically the monitor, this one, is in the native resolution, as you can see it right now. And above here comes chat, right? So if I cut the camera somewhere here, then I'm going to have to bring it up, right? It will enlarge itself and leave less space for chat. That's not exactly what I want, so it is going to stay as is for now. Is it too sunny everywhere you guys look? I mean, watch this stream. Usually there are a couple of people online at this moment, but not quite today. Could be that the weather is too good nowadays, and I don't blame you. I have been outside. It's great, like very, very nice and sunny and greeny, grassy, and all that good stuff, right? In theory, we could move it 1 hour later in the future if this is becoming a bit of a problem, right? But for now, I think I'm good. I like to finish before midnight so I can get some rest before Monday early work, right? I can still see a couple of viewers on Twitch, so if you are in the mood for chat, say hello in chat and stuff like that, right? Because I'm still waiting for the usual people who join this stream at this time, right? The usual gang members. Without them, these lessons don't make too much sense. There have been roughly 10 of people joining all of my LPIC streams, right? Since the first one that started in January was it? I think it was the first one, right? Where is my OBS? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's switch back to this screen. Okay, nobody on Twitch, nobody on YouTube, right? I can talk to myself for a little bit more, but it's going to get a bit awkward if nobody shows up. In theory, if oh, there is somebody on YouTube right now. Good evening to you, whoever just joined. I guess announce yourself, so I know that somebody is actually paying attention. But I was thinking if nobody shows up in time, I could maybe start like half, for myself and half for those who will be watching on demand. So that's another option as well, right? Quite okay. And there is somebody who will join, right? So if you guys are late, then you're late. It's all good. I have more viewers on Twitch than I have on YouTube right now, which is kind of awkward, I would say. But whoever you are on Twitch watching right now, good evening to you. We're going to learn about Linux, right? Let me show you. Let me show you what's going on, right? So this is what we are doing on these live streams. We are doing the from the Linux Professional Institute, the free PDF available to everyone. And right now we're doing the lesson today. I mean, we're doing the lesson 103.4, use streams, pipes, and redirects, right? So T and X args, we are going to learn whatever it says here, right? Redirecting standard input, standard output, and standard error. Pipe the output, use the output on the command as arguments, send output to both standard out and a file. So pretty much basic Unix and Linux stuff, right? But the reasoning behind all of this is because we want to learn more about the guts of Linux and appropriately Unix, right? So that's what's going on here, right? Okay, so the tides are turning now. Less people viewing on Twitch right now and more on YouTube, but still nobody is in chat. And the reason why nobody is in chat, because I suspect the usual gang members are not tuned in just yet, and whoever is showing up randomly is probably thinking whether they will stay or not. So you're probably new people who you're watching right now. I mean, live as I speak, right? So if you're interested in these topics that is going to be that we are going to work on today, feel free to stay. You don't really have to type in chat anything, right? I can see that somebody is in watching live, so I'm good with whoever is watching but not talking, right? But the reasoning why I am saying all this is because usually the whole stream is really interactive, and it's not like you can't read this PDF on your own. But the reasoning behind these streams is because I am providing some of my own feedback and my own how do I put it? The things that I learned, experience, right, from my own Linux life, and in some cases, some of you provide some feedback from your end, right? And this is how it's interactive in both ways, right? Because I don't actually know all of this. I'm actually learning. I mean, I know to some degree, and to some degree I don't know. So this is a chance for me to learn as well. This is a chance for you who is watching live to learn something as well. But the best way to learn is when we behave like I was going to say colleagues, but more appropriately, I think it would be if I said classmates or something like that, because this, after all, is a sort of a class, right? But we're doing it together. It's now 7 p.m. here, and roughly the exact time when the lesson is supposed to be starting. So if nobody shows up in the next half a minute, I'm going to start on my own, and you can just pay attention as we speak, right? I'm just gonna sip a little bit of my coffee, and we can go. It's still warm and very good. Works Band. Welcome in on Twitch. Works Band. Which country is it? It's Central European time, so basically everything from Spain to I don't know, Hungary, I suppose, Serbia. I don't know where the this time zone ends. I'm from Croatia, but it's a fairly fat time zone. Okay, so Works Band is the only one active in chat right now, but I can see 7. I can see 7 of you watching right now. I feel like this is perfectly fine and enough for me to start, right? If you feel the urge to announce yourself in chat at any time from now on, feel free to type whatever you want, and I'm going to start immediately. Okay, so today's lessons use streams, pipes, and redirects, right? Redirecting piping, you all know what that is, but let's digest it a little bit more today. Let me just switch to my OBS screen so I can see both of the chats at the same time. Let me just test YouTube, and where is my... Oh, there it is. Test Twitch. Okay, I just want to see if my chat is working on the screen. Apparently it is. Okay, good. Introduction. All computer programs follow the same general principle. Data received from some source is transformed to generate an intelligible outcome. In a Linux shell context, the data source can be a local file, a remote file, a device like a keyboard, right, etc. The program's output is usually rendered on screen, but is also common to store the output data in a local file system. Send it to a remote device, play it through audio speakers, etc. Operating systems inspired by Unix, like Linux, offer a great variety of input-output methods. In particular, the method of file descriptors allows to dynamically associate integer numbers with data channels so that a process can reference them as its input-output data streams. Okay, we're going to get to that any moment now. Standard Linux processes have 3 communication channels opened by default. The standard input channel, most times simply called stdin. The standard output channel, most times simply called stdout. And the standard error channel, stderr, right? So the numerical file descriptor assigned to these channels are 0 to stdin, 1 to stdout, and 2 to stderror. Communication channels are also accessible through these special devices like dev stdin, dev stdout, and dev stderr. These three standard communication channels allow programmers to write code that reads and writes data without worrying about the kind of media it's coming from or going to. For example, if a program needs a set of data as its input, it can just ask for data from the standard input, and whatever is being used as the standard input will provide that data. Likewise, the simplest method a program can use to display its output is to write in the standard output. In a standard shell session, the keyboard is defined as the stdin, and the monitor screen is defined as the stdout and stderr. The bash shell has the ability to reassign the communication channels when loading a program. It allows, for example, to override the screen as the standard output and use a file in the local file system as the standard output. Redirects. The reassignment of a channel's file descriptor in the shell environment is called a redirect. A redirect is defined by a special character within the command line. For example, to redirect the standard output of a process to a file, the greater than symbol is positioned at the end of the command and followed by the path to the file that will receive the redirect output. I'm sure that you have all seen this before, but we are going to get to this really soon, right? So, for example, getting proc CPU info right into a file will basically output the content of this input to this output, right? So we can just do this as a test, right? Let's go to the temporary folder, make directory lpic. Let's go to lpic, right? And basically let's cut proc CPU info to temporary folder cpu.txt. Actually, I don't want it to CPU in the temporary folder. Let's just put it here, right? So if we less our file, then we can see its contents, right? And its contents has came from proc CPU info, right? So this is the same thing. This this file here, right, is what is defining the CPU information on our system. By default, only the content coming to standard output is redirected. That happens because the numerical value of the file descriptor should be specified just before the greater than symbol, and when not specified, bash redirects the standard output. Therefore, using the symbol greater than is equivalent to use the 1 is greater than, which is the value of standard output's file descriptor is 1. To capture the content of standard error, the redirect to is greater than should be used instead. Most command line programs send debug information and error messages to the standard error channel. It is possible, for example, to capture the error message triggered by an attempt to read a non-existent file, okay? So, let's say that we are cutting like a CPU info, yeah, that one doesn't exist, right? So we can do that as a practice. Let's put it into the error in the current folder, right? So if we less this error message, you can see down below that no such file or directory, right? However, if we didn't redirect the standard output here, right? 2 is greater than, then the standard output by default would come into our monitor, right? So basically into our terminal, which is what happened here. So for those cases when you want to log your errors basically and not just have them on your screen, then that's when you're using 2 is greater than and the redirect file or whatever you're redirecting. So this is the result. Both standard output and standard error are redirected to the same target with end is greater than or greater than end. It is important to not place any spaces beside the ampersand, otherwise bash will take it as the instruction to run the process in background and not to perform the redirect, right? So what is it talking about? I suppose I could run an application that is not going to end so soon. Let's say if we, I don't know, let's say if we cut dev 0 into dev null, right? So if I do this, this will work in unlimited time and never end. Basically, it should write all of the zeros into nowhere. But this program is never going to end, right? So if you press enter, it's now running, and I have to interrupt it with Control C, right? What this previous sentence said here, like don't put spaces, right? Besides the ampersand. That's because the ampersand tells usually any command that it should run in background, right? So if I press enter now, we are now back to shell, but the process is actually still running. So I have to type FG for putting our process back to foreground, right? We got the process ID and it's still running. And now I can interrupt it with Control C. However, if I do and forward to a file and to, I don't know, lala.txt. Let's see what happens here, right? Something is going on. Let's interrupt it. Let's see what we have in lala file. It may be a binary file. Well, yeah, these are our zeros, right? And now I jammed my, okay, it's fine. No worries. I thought that I jammed my kitty. The target must be a path to a writable file like cpu.txt or a writable file descriptor. A file descriptor target is represented by an ampersand followed by the file descriptor's numerical value. For example, 1 is greater than ampersand 2 redirects standard output to standard error. Okay, to do the opposite, standard error to standard output would be if you would swap the places of these numbers, right? So if you have remembered from the above, previously in this same lesson, number 2 is number 2 before the greater end represents standard error, and number 1 represents standard output. Although not very useful, given that there is a shorter way to do the same task, it is possible to redirect standard error to standard output and then redirect it to a file. For example, a redirect to write both standard error and standard output to a file named log.txt can be written as greater than log.txt and then standard error into, well, standard output, right? So that would be the long way to do it. However, the main reason for redirecting standard error to standard output is to allow parsing of debug and error messages. It is possible to redirect the standard output of a program to the standard input of another program, but it is not possible to directly redirect the standard error to the standard input of another program. Okay, this might sound a little bit tongue twisting and complex, but we are going to explain all of that. So on Twitch, we have some more spam like the usual, right? I think I'm going to have to tune my Twitch at some point in time. So far, there haven't been too much spam so far, but it is what it is, right? If it becomes unbearable, I'm going to intervene. Two. Sorry. Thus, program's messages sent to standard error first need to be redirected to standard output in order to be read by another program's standard input, right? So this is the case where I'm sure they are going to explain it below, but this is the case where you want to log all your errors, right? But you also log into the file, right? But you also want to catch them on screen, okay? Because, for example, you're getting a whole lot of errors, right? And you want to log everything into a file, but right now you only want to catch some of the errors, right? So you're getting like tens of errors per second, and you cannot quite read them all in real time, and you want to have them saved, right? This is this command, right? So whatever the command is, you can log it into the text file, and then get the error out of this text file into the standard output, and then you can do the pipe and, for example, grep for just one word, because you're only interested in the error lines that contain, let's say, I don't know, dog, the word dog, because dog is doing an error, right? So this will slow down the output on your screen to just the lines that contain the word that you're interested in, while at the same time logging everything to a file, so for your convenience for the later analysis, right? Okay, to just discard the output of a command, its content can be redirected to the special file dev null, right? You all know what dev null is, right? This file is used as a black hole, right? So whatever you put into dev null, it vanishes from the existence. It is useful in quite a lot of cases, right? For example, if you're forwarding something into the log.txt, right, and you are sending your error log into dev null, saves the contents of standard output in the file log.txt and discards all of the error messages, okay? The file dev null is writable by any users, but no data can be recovered from it, as it is not stored anywhere, right? An error message is presented in the specified target is not writable if the path points to a directory of a read-only file and no modification to the target is made. However, an output redirects overwrites an existing writable target without any confirmation. Files are overwritten by output redirects unless bash option no clobber is enabled, which can be done for the current session with the command set -o no clobber or set dash capital C. Okay, so if you do the set -o no clobber, this is pretty much what you need to do, and let's go ahead and test it, right? We have a set here. We are not actually in bash right now, but in zsh, but I suspect it will behave the same. So let's go ahead and do this, but into our error.txt, right? Which is in the current folder from before. So it says that the file exists and we cannot overwrite it, right? But usually we can do that. Let me just remind you about how it works, right? Let's Control-Shift-T for a new session, right? Let's go ahead to temporary folder and lpic, right? So we have our error.txt, and let's go ahead. Okay, not that command, but actually this command here, right? So what this is going to do, it is going to do the same as we have in our previous shell, but we didn't set no clobber option here. So what is going to happen? Basically, we have overwritten this file, right? You can see here that this file has been overwritten at 720, which is precisely right now. While previously, I haven't actually listed it here, but yeah, previously it was written like many minutes ago. To unset the no clobber option for the current session, run set +O no clobber or set +C, right? Okay, this is all it takes. To make the no clobber option persistent, it must be included in the user's bash profile or in the system-wide profile, right? So what they mean by this is basically you have to edit your .bashrc file in your home directory, right? And you can basically set this command over there, which will execute on every launch of every terminal session that you're going to do with your account. Even with the no clobber option enabled, it is possible to append redirected data to an existent content. This is accomplished with a redirection written with 2 greater than symbols, right? So 2 greater than symbols is appending to the destination file, while only 1 greater than symbol is overwriting the destination file, right? So for example, if we do this command, right? Let's go back to the shell, to the first one where we have no clobber set, right? Let me rewrite this command here and let's put it into our existing error.txt. So let's cut it, right? So we have 2 of these commands now, right? If we repeat this command, we are going to have 3 of them because we are simply appending and appending to the same file, which is fine, which is what we want, right? In the previous example, the new error message was appended to the existing one in the file error.txt. If the file does not exist yet, it will be created with the new data. The data source of the standard input of a process can be reassigned as well. The less than symbol, so the one that is pointing backwards, is used to redirect the content of a file to the standard input of a process. Okay, so we're now doing it backwards. In this case, data flows from right to left, as you know, graphically represented with the less than symbol. Okay, the reassigned descriptor is assumed to be 0 at the left of the less than symbol, and the data source, a path to a file, must be at the right side of the less than symbol. The command unique, like most command line utilities for processing text, accepts data sent to standard input by default, right? Okay, so unique-c, and we are receiving the content, right, from the error.txt. So let's remind ourselves, man, unique, what this is, right? So report or omit repeated lines, right? Okay, so let's go back to the command. So report or omit repeated lines. Let's do this and let's change this command here. Okay, so we are catching from the current folder. So we have 3 times this same, how do we put it? This same line here, right? If we do unique dash C without any of the file, right? It is now accepting the input from standard input, right? Worksband, with previously mentioned 0 for standard input, 1 for standard output, and 2 for standard error. Does it mean that you can also redirect standard input line? Okay, let me chew on this for a second. Does it mean that you can also redirect standard input line? Is this what I'm doing right now? Because I feel like I just wanted to show you exactly what you're asking. Let me know if I didn't understand it from the, but you have redirected it to the right. Let me just show you what I started doing just for a show off, and then I'm gonna try to answer yours once again. Okay, so we have a dog in one line, and then we have cat, right? And we have cat, and we have cat, and then we are going to end this, right? So what happened is that as soon as unique sensed that there are no more dogs, right? It has reported one dog, and then we just continued writing lines that contain only the word cat until I pressed Control D to end the input, right? So you don't interrupt these kinds of inputs with Control C. You interrupt them. With Control D. So that's how you tell the program to stop receiving from standard input, right? And do its job. If you interrupt it with Control C, the program will die, right? And I don't want unique to die. I want it to finish doing what it is doing, right? So just by typing this, I have told it to listen on standard input and simply receive the commands from my keyboard, right? While in this case, it has received the same, but from a file, right? So once again, Worksband asked, does it mean that you can also redirect standard input line? Standard input line, you mean the line that I type from my keyboard, right? Into something, but into what? You didn't finish your sentence. I'm still trying to understand the question. Similar to error, to redirect standard input of one command. Yeah, you can absolutely do that, but you don't really have to use 0 for that. Let me show you. For example, how do I... I think I know what you mean. You meant if I just do this to a test.txt, right? Like this. But here you're missing something, right? You need to use some kind of command. You need to use some kind of software that will actually redirect. You know, you have to do something prior to maybe we can use dev standard input, but I don't think so. Maybe we can cut. Okay, this is going to seem complex, but I'm trying to work with you here. Dev std in, okay. But then we don't need 0 in this case. File exists. Test. Okay, let's do test2. Yeah, we can't do that. What if we remove 0? We can't do that either. Oh, now it works. So see what I'm doing right now. I am cutting the contents of the actual device called standard input, and I'm redirecting its content into the file. But the device called standard input doesn't actually contain anything unless I type something. And whatever I type, this will become standard input, right? So let's do the test and test some more and more cats, right? And now I'm going to press Ctrl D to finish this. And let's go ahead and cut test 3, right? So test 3 now contains whatever I have manually inputted into this device. But in this case, you redirect output of cat. Yes. But okay. Okay, what is it that your question actually was? Because feel free to add some more content so I can understand it better. Let me just do this so I know where we stopped. Because the outputs, so the example previously, to just discard the output of a command, its content can be redirected to a special file. So basically they used cat of a file, and then they used the standard error into a file, right? Where was the other example with error? Right. So here, for example, a redirect to write both standard error and standard output to a file named log.txt can be written as redirect to log.txt and then error to the standard output, right? But what you're forgetting is that all of these examples here use some kind of program on the left side of the command, right? There is always something going on, whether it's cat, right, or something similar to cat, maybe echo or something like that. So you can see that in all of the examples, there is something going on as a program. You can't just redirect nothing into something, if you know what I mean, unless I misunderstood your question, right? Because you asked whether I can also redirect standard input line, but how do you redirect standard input line? You can't just redirect it without using some kind of program to read this line, right? That's why we use cat or echo or something easy to manipulate, right? Also, you can use stuff like unique, but this one will complicate your life if you just want the raw content. Cat is pretty simple and straightforward to print out the entirety of something, right? You can use DD as well. Have you ever used DD to write an ISO or ISO image to a USB stick? When you're installing a new operating system on or stuff like that. Basically, if you use, usually it looks like DD if equals, I don't know, home me download ubuntu.iso off equals dev sdb, right? So this is usually a command that takes ISO image. Let me turn it up a little bit. So this kind of command usually takes the ISO image and writes it into a block device, which is your USB stick, right? You said, I thought that if you have cat file into another file, so the input for cat is file.txt, so only this line will be redirected to another file. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how is this different than what I just did. Let's say cat test.txt. No, test3. Okay, test3. So we have test3, but if I cut test3 into any file, another file.txt. So you already know what this is going to do. This is basically going to copy a file, literally. And if I add 0 here, nothing useful is going to happen because you're telling the command to use the standard output, which is basically what's going on by default. So whether we add 0 here or not add it, I think the result will be the same, right? So if I just press enter here, actually I was clearly wrong. We have now printed our entire output as well as copied the file, because if we do the cat another file now, oh, there is nothing in there. Okay, now I'm a bit confused. What did we just do? What did we just do? Because this, judging by my standard input, was empty. Yeah, it was. But the reason why I'm confused is because it didn't actually wait for me to load up anything into standard input. But you're correct, yeah. Never mind. No, don't worry about it. I don't remember if you have been on any of my previous lessons, but this is the first time this year that I only have one person in chat. Usually it's roughly about 10 people all talking at the same time, and everyone has something to say. And usually it's really interactive, and everyone has something to add up to everything, right? And the reason why we I usually joke that people kind of derail my lessons, but it's more like a joke when I say that, because every time we do something more in regards to whatever this PDF is teaching us, it is well, I'm not the best speaker of English language, but it amplifies our knowledge in the end, right? So it's not like we are restricted to just what it says in this PDF, right? Any idea is useful to test what's going on, right? And what's more that we can do. Give me just a second to zip a little bit of liquid. Did we stop here? We used this one again already. The -C option makes unique display how many times a repeated line appears in the text. Reno1823, good evening. I'm going to welcome in before anything else. I don't mind you speaking in Croatian, but I'm going to read your text in English so that everyone who is watching live and everyone who will be watching this on demand later on can understand what you just said. And Rina basically says, unfortunately, more and more young people are using ChatGPT to write their program code nowadays. It can be useful tool, but only for a short time. And I basically agree. It is useful for learning, but it's not very useful. Actually, it's quite counterproductive if you use it in a way that it works instead of you. Because what we are learning here is really, really good in order to understand the guts of Unix and Linux. And if you get stuck in some places, for example, I don't know, why does this behave like this? And you just don't understand it, this may be a good opportunity to ask a tool such as ChatGPT questions like, why is the result like this? And why did I expect it to be something else, right? But the end goal, I think it should be that you, as human, should be learning, right? And only using the tools such as large language models, kind of as a teacher, when you can. Thanks for the follow, Reno. Kind of a teacher when when you're in a classroom, you can raise your hand and ask the teacher your question, right? So you're asking in a regular classroom, you're asking, teacher, why is this? I don't know, why am I getting this error, right? But if you are self-taught at home, uh, then it's kind of convenient, in my honest opinion, to ask stuff such as ChatGPT. Like, I have tried to learn this and I have expected this, but I got this kind of output. Please explain why did I get this kind of output, right? But still, the focus remains on your own learning, right? It's not like your job gives you an assignment and you just tell ChatGPT to do the job instead of you, and you don't really know what's going on under the hood, right? I'm not going to mention ChatGPT again for now, but I did want to answer this question. Actually, not a question, but a statement, right? Reno is absolutely right. The -c option makes unique display how many times a repeated line appear in the text. As the numeric value of the redirected file descriptor was suppressed, the example command is equivalent to unique -c 0, and then how do I put it? Less than, and then the contents of the file, right? To use a file descriptor other than 0 in an input redirect only makes sense in specific contexts, because it is possible for a program to ask for data at file descriptors 3, 4, etc. Indeed, programs can use any integer above 2 as new file descriptors for data input/output. For example, the following C code reads data from file descriptor 3 and just replicates it to file descriptor 4. The program must handle such file descriptors correctly, otherwise it could attempt an invalid read or write operation and crash. Okay, so this is an example of a C program, right? Include standard input/output, int main. We are using arguments, characters, file, okay, descriptors here. Open file descriptor 3 and 4. Read from file descriptor 3. Okay. Okay, so while there is something, well, just basically output it to 4 and then close both of them. Okay, I'm not very good at C, but this is generally not that hard to understand. Basically, it's kind of a pipe, if that makes sense, right? So whatever we put into file descriptor 3, it is going to kind of pipe out into file descriptor 4. So I assume the remainder of this lesson is going to make us play with file descriptor 3 and 4, right? Oh yeah. To test it, save the sample code as fd.c, right? Okay, let's do that. Emacs okay, Emacs and v fd.c, right? Let's go ahead and take the entire code here, paste it to Emacs, right? Emacs claims there is no errors here. Okay, let's just save it. Okay, gets fd. Okay, now I have compiled the program, right? It's now called a.out. Let's see if they wanted us to do anything else with that. Oh, they wanted us to name it fd, right? Okay, let's rename it to fd. Move a to fd. Okay, this program needs file descriptors 3 and 4 to be available so it can read and write to them. Demlin Trap didn't know this test will include programming. Interesting that you have painted, that you have started your sentence with a Nextcloud logo, because just in the past few days I have been working a lot with Nextcloud, and this is going to be my next video tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Right? Nextcloud logo. Okay. But seriously, that's my next video about Nextcloud. As an example, the previously created file error.txt can be used as the source for file descriptor 3, and the file descriptor 4 can be redirected to standard output. Haha, very next out of me. Yes, indeed. You didn't know that this test will include programming? I don't think it will, to be honest, but they did want us to have a program that works with file descriptors higher than number 2, because those are not standard. You have to produce them on your own, right? You have to have your own use case for stuff like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and use, well, basically what they say, right? fd. Okay, fd is basically taking the error.txt, it's putting it into the file descriptor 3, right? And then it is using file descriptor 4, and it is outputting it back into output, right? Okay, so what this program is actually doing here, it's basically doing the same as cut error.txt. Okay, see here, and if you do cut error.txt, we get the same output, right? Basically, what this program is doing. I think everyone watching this has basically understood what is going on in these, let's call them pipes, right? Did everyone understand what's going on with this C program and why it works like this? I'm just gonna give you a couple of seconds, because you guys who are live in chat can simply confirm that this makes sense. Nobody active in chat at the moment? Okay. Don't worry about it. If you need another explanation on why Worksband says I guess so, I can explain it just one more time in a faster way. So it might patch came a bit late, didn't see the code, looks like it's taking content from file and printing it out. No, the program is not doing that. The command is doing that. But let me show you once again. Okay, so previously in the lesson, okay, I'm just gonna mark it here. So previously in the lesson, we learned a worksbench says read input to descriptor 3 and copy it to 4, and 4 is outputted to 1, which is standard output. Yeah. But so worksbench understood it, but just for Demlen Trap, who came in a bit late, what we learned so far is that the file descriptor, where is it? Okay, here. So the file descriptor 0 is standard input, 1 is standard output, 2 is standard error, and there is no more as in standard, but you can make more file descriptors on your own. And the way you can make them is to, make a program which is doing that. So basically what the program is doing here, it's what it says here. The example command blah, 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 to use for example, the following C code reads data from descriptor 3, right? So not from standard input, not from standard output, and not from standard error. It reads from descriptor 3 and just pipes it out to descriptor 4. That's all this program does. And you don't really have to necessarily understand the code if you have the description of what the program does. And I have already compiled it, right? So the command says run the program and use the error text file and redirect it to the file descriptor 3, okay? Usually 3 doesn't exist, but in this case it does because this program has spawned it, right? And this program has also spawned file descriptor 4, which also usually doesn't exist. So now we have this file entering a file descriptor 3, and then this program is redirecting from 3 to 4, and then we are taking 4 and outputting that into 1, and 1 is standard output, and this is why it appears back on our screen. I'm not familiar with what is file descriptor. Well, you're late to the lesson. You're going to get a short version. If I can find the best sentence for you. The best sentence. Well, basically, okay, I'm not going to rewind the entire lesson just for one question, but basically, let's go here. Not that command. Okay. It's okay, I'll catch up, you continue further. Yeah, you remember from previous lessons that we have standard input, which is often our keyboard or something like that, depending on, it could be a file, of course. Then we have standard output. Usually it's an output on our screen, right? But we can redirect that to a file as well. And we have standard error. These are basically file descriptors. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but if you are getting an error from an application, let's how do I explain it? Let's copy this into clipboard, right? Let's cut an error.txt, okay? So what this will produce, this will produce the this will print out the content of this file, okay? And where did it print this? It printed it to our screen, right? This is our standard output, right? If we cut a file called whatever, there is no such file. And what is going to happen is we are going to get some kind of a message into the standard error, which is marked with file descriptor 2, right? So this here that says cat colon file name, no such file or directory, this is standard error, right? We just know that. And if you want to do something like that, let's paste this command, cut the non-existing file, right? And use the file descriptor 2, okay, file descriptor 2, and let's remove this. Damn led, okay, error, damn error. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking number 2 is greater than. This means that we want to take all of the standard error and redirect it not into our face, the terminal output, but rather into a file, okay? So when I press enter, we are now getting no error. And the reason why we got no error is because with the command 2 is greater than, we have actually captured the standard error, okay? And we have redirected to the file in this case. So if we cut damnland error, we can see inside this file that we got the output of the standard error. Dale Anderson says gonna watch recorded. Yeah, thank you. Let's continue. Yeah. Actually, we didn't read this, did we? From a programmer's perspective, using file descriptors avoids having to deal with option parsing and file system paths. The same file descriptor can even be used as input and output. Let me just catch up with messages. Deji Beldani, howdy from Switzerland, welcoming. Worksband says, as I understand this, file descriptor is just a unique number of any input-output operation. Yeah, whenever you open a file for read or write, you would need this unique identifier. Pretty much yes, but in a lot of cases, it's happening kind of automatically without the need for you to specify it, right? Depending on what you're inputting, outputting into which direction, right? But sometimes you want to catch a different one and redirect them, right? By default, Bash takes the standard input from the keyboard and standard output and standard error outputs them to the screen, right? Sounds to me like those numbers are pointers in memory pointing to something, where 0 to 3 are reserved and others are whatever you make it to be. 0 to 2, actually. 3 doesn't exist standardly. And these are actually devices. These are these guys. Dev std in, right? Std out, std error, right? So these are these devices, okay? I'm going to demonstrate what I demonstrated to who was it? Okay, I'm too slow. Worksband, okay. Let me show you something. Unique dash C. What this is doing, it is taking error, cut error, right? So this file is containing 3 same lines. So unique dash C is telling us how many unique lines did it find. It found 3 unique, not unique, but 3 same lines, right? handle. It could be Dejabildani. I just want to use this command once again. So unique -c is telling us that this line is repeating 3 times. But if we do this command and simply catch from the standard input, right? So not standard. I didn't want to do that. Sorry. I wanted to do dev std in, right? So this is the standard input. I wanted to show you the device this time, right? Dog, cat. So it already found one dog, cat, 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 3. So we're gonna have 4 cats, right? And if we end the program, we have 1 tree. This is the output of unique -c reading from the device std. And you can use it like that in some of the cases, right? Depending on what you want to do. I'm going to read this paragraph just one more time because we kind of didn't finish with this program, with this C program. Let me just see something here. The file descriptors and handles are somewhat similar, but file descriptor is a non-negative integer that acts as a handle to a file or input-output resource such as pipe or socket in Unix-like systems. On the other hand, a handle is a more general term that can refer to various types of resources in operating systems, including files, processes, reads, and synchronization primitives. So there you have it. From a programmer's perspective, using file descriptors avoids having to deal with option parsing and file system paths. The same file descriptor can even be used as input and output. In this case, the file descriptor is defined in the command line with both less than and greater than symbols, like 3 is less than and greater than the error.txt file, right? Neji Beldani says, cool. Yes, yes. You're welcome. I was actually reading from another screen, but we are all here to learn, including me. So thank you very much for the question. Do we want to do this as well? I don't think we do. Here document and here string. Another way to redirect input involves the here document and here string methods. The here document redirect allows to type multi-line text that will be used as the redirected content. 2 less than symbols indicate a here document redirect. Okay. So word count -c. I'm not sure what -c is, but let me just quickly check. Man, word count. What is -c? Bytes. Print the byte counts. Okay. Okay, so we're counting characters. How many characters in this here document? End of file. At the right of 2 less than symbols is the ending term EOF. The insertion mode will finish as soon as the line containing only the ending term is entered. Any other term can be used as the ending term, but it is important to not put blank characters between the less than symbol and the ending term. In the example above, the two lines of text were sent to the standard input of word count-c command, which displays the character count. As with input redirects or files, the standard input, file descriptor 0, is assumed if the redirect file descriptor is suppressed. Okay, so let's go ahead and count some words. A word count dash C E O F, right? I am coming from outer space. Hello, human. Okay, so we have counted 45 bytes in here, right? The here string method is much like the here document method, but for one line only. Worksband says I just googled it because I'm not native English speaker. Ampersand LT, ampersand GT are angle brackets. Just for information, perhaps it might be useful. Left angle bracket. I don't think this is useful in Bash, but it is useful in other cases where you can't just use this character. But okay. The here string method is much like here document method, but for one line only, right? So word count dash C with 3 redirects and for just one string. Okay, let's do it like that. Okay, 41 of the characters, right? I have decreased it and now we are getting 34. In this example, the string at the right of the 3 less than signs is sent to the standard input of WC-C, which counts the number of characters. Strings containing spaces must be inside quotes, otherwise only the first word will be used as the here string and the remaining ones will be passed as arguments to the command, right? So these arguments would clearly fail. And on to the exercise. I suspect there is a part 2 of this lesson because we still didn't do the T command just yet. So let's go ahead and do the exercises and then we're going to continue with the second part of the lesson. Okay, so for those of you who have been late to today's lesson, Worksband and I are going to lead today with the answers. In addition to text files, the command cat can also work with binary data, like sending the contents of a block device to a file using redirection. How can cat send the contents of device dev sdc to the file sdc.img in the current directory? Actually, I think everyone in chat can answer this question, and not just the two of us who have been here from the beginning of today's lesson. This is a really easy question. How can we redirect the SDC block device to a file sdc.img? But just type it in chat. I'm not saying this is wrong, but it's wrong. I mean the actual answer. Worksband, why are you using standard output? This kind of, I mean, it is unnecessary. Well, Daimler Trap has put one greater than sign too many, because what Daimler Trap did is good, but it will not overwrite the file. So if the file exists, it will be corrupted. So it's not good. You need to, Daimler Trap, you need to put only one greater than symbol. Deji Beldani is asking, are you sure? I think angle brackets seems to look like greater, smaller than, but have different ASCII codes. Oh, you're referring to what he previously wrote. Okay, let's cut error.txt into out. Okay, so we now have out. Okay, let's do what Worksbench says. Let's use number 1 here, and then redirect to the out 2. Okay, this seems to be working. Cut out 2. Yeah, this is the same. Okay, good stuff. Okay, so in my opinion, what Daimler Trap wrote was not good, because when you're working on a block device, you don't want to use two greater than symbols, because you're going to corrupt the output if there is an existing file already, right? Usually you want to do a clean write from a block device. So what Worksband wrote is correct. What's the name of the standard channel redirected by the command date 1 is greater than now.txt? What is the name of the standard channel redirected with this command? Standard output, Daimler Trap says, yeah, that is true. Number 3, after trying to overwrite a file using a redirection, a user gets an error informing that option no clobber is enabled. How can option no clobber be deactivated for the current session? Let me show you what I mean. We want to cut error.txt and redirect the output into the file called out, right? So I'm going to press enter now, and my shell says file exists, and we cannot write to the file output, to the file out. Worksband could know the answer to this question because it's a part of this lesson. Worksband is not remembering the command. Okay, let me show you. Cut dot zsh History plus C. Okay, yeah, correct. The answer is plus C. I just wanted to show to everyone else the exact command that we used in this session, right? Grep minus C, right? Why is this not working? Okay, now it's working. Where is our... My command is missing here. There is no command here, but ZSH should be writing immediately to the history. This doesn't make too much sense to me. What if we... Never mind. Let's just do what Worksbench says. Aren't you searching for plus C? No. No, I'm not. I'm searching for minus C because set plus C no clobber, right? Bad option. C, is it? Maybe we wrote it wrong. Maybe we wrote it wrong. Let's check it out. Which command was it actually? Set, oh, it's dash O. It's dash O, okay. It's dash O. Okay, so when we do the plus O no clobber, now we can repeat the command. This one, right? So this one gave us an error previously because we tried to overwrite the existing file, right? And if we repeat the command, now the file is being overwritten just fine. And just to demonstrate this once again, if we do the minus O, right, and then try to overwrite it again, now we cannot, right? So if you want to not be able to overwrite files, then you want to set minus O no clobber into your bash rc file for basically every session, right? So you are never going to be able to overwrite files unless you set plus O for the current session, right? How Xu just subscribed on, I think, YouTube. Thanks for the sub. And let's go on the remainder of questions. What will be the result of command cut is twice the less than dot once the greater than dev stdout. What will be the result of this command, right? So what is this doing? So basically, what is dot doing actually? To be honest, I don't know, but we are going to find out. I can assume the dot here is somehow connecting these two, but I have to think about it. So we have some kind of a redirect to the we are redirecting into the standard output, but also appending to the cat. So there is a good chance that we are going... Dejibel Dan is asking if dot is the current directory. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think in this contents it's the directory. It could be, but I don't think so. This looks to me like this is a loop that is going to wait for the standard output to happen, and then it's just going to spin it in circles between standard output and cut and taking input. Yeah, I think it's going to just loop around whatever it receives on the input. It is going to send it to the output and then send it back to the cat as the input, and it could end up in a loop, in my untrained opinion, because I don't remember doing this ever before. So let's give it a try. In my opinion, if I press enter, my shell session is going to jam, but that's just a wild guess. Oh, nothing. But if I press enter here, it should type test back at me again. It didn't. Okay, now I am out of ideas what this command is doing. Yeah, we're not using EF, but if I... Oh, right. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. It has been doing stuff in the background. We just didn't see it. We just didn't see it. Completing parameters. It's kind of listed all of the possible commands. I'm eager to find out what this actually is, to be honest, and we are going to get to the answers of these questions pretty soon. Explorational exercises. Worksbench says, can we go one more time to here doc section in the lesson? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Here doc. Okay. Another way to redirect input involved the here document and here string method. The here document redirects allows the type multi-line text that will be used as the redirected content, right? So we definitely did the here document, but in this case we told it to wait until we say that it is an end of file. But instead we're going to come back to this, but instead what we did here is we used the dot, and I'm not sure what the dot represents here, but whatever it represents, we have outputted it to the standard output. As the right of the two less than symbols is the ending term, the insertion mode will finish as soon as a line containing only the ending term is entered. But in our new case, dot is the end of file. In our example, let's do it one more time. Sorry. Okay. Test word 2, and let's type the dot here. Okay. Now this makes much more sense. I ended it with Control D, and I shouldn't have done that previously, right? Right. Okay, so the dot definitely is what Worksbench says. It's the end. It's the way to tell it what the end is, and we are basically just sending from the standard output, from the input to the output, and why then that remaining part dev standard output? Because we wanted it outputted, right? If we do it without the standard output, we're not going to get anything. Blah, blah 2, and the dot. Oh, we actually did get it. Yeah, you're clearly right. It's the same, Demlan Trap says. Yeah. Maybe the PDF is just trying to trick us. So it seems it's not useful. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be useful. It's just trying to make us explore stuff. So the reasoning behind this, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be anything. What will be the results of command cat? I suppose the answer is the result will be the same as without the standard output, or there is a pitfall in it. We'll see in the answers. I don't feel that there is anything especially hiding here. The command cutting proc CPU info displays an error message because proc CPU info is non-existent. The command cut proc CPU info 2 is greater than 1 redirects the error message to where? Easy answer. To standard output, yeah. Correct. Will it still be possible to discard content sent to dev null if the no clobber option is enabled for the current shell session? So the question is asking whether we are going to be able to write into dev null if the no clobber option is enabled. Demlan Trap says yes. Worksband says probably via append. I'm a bit torn between these two answers. I was actually going to answer yes, but redirect seems like the obvious answer now. But honestly, I was going to answer the same as Demlan Trap. Let's check. Discard content. Yeah, okay, let's cut error into dev. What was it? Null, right? Dev null. We can. Our no clobber command is not registering at the history at all. Maybe because it's set dash oh no clobber, and yeah, we can. We absolutely can. With sorry, with plus or minus doesn't change anything. We can. We can, and the reason for that may be hidden in the same PDF where it says that the dev null is always available for writing by anyone. My Ubuntu doesn't show set. Are you using bash? It's just a command. You can type set and see what's been set already. Let me try with bash. Set, yeah, it works on bash as well. Without using echo, how could the content of the variable $user be redirected to the standard input of the command SHA-1 sum? Deji Beldani, your bash doesn't know set. I don't know what to say. Use ZSH temporarily. Without using echo, how could the contents of the variable user be redirected to the standard input of this command? So we want the variable user, right? Echo $user, which is Dart. So they want us to do this $user. No. One. No. I know they said without using echo, but first I want to try with using echo just to see how the command works. So what's wrong here? Echo user SH1 sum. Can we do it like that? This actually works. This actually works. Okay, so now we have to get it working without using echo command. So how do we do that? Lezelman, welcome into the Twitch chat. Do you want any hints or do you want to work it out yourself? Well, we already have some guys who are really, really smart that often come to these sessions, and they kind of keep quiet until there is, everyone saying I give up, and then they step in to solve the problem, right? But I think that would be nice of you if you know more than we do, to give a chance to everyone to try to say something, because I wouldn't say there are any wrong answers here, right? Everyone is kind of trying. I mean, in general, everyone can ask ChatGPT, right, and simply type the answer in the chat, but that's not what we want, right? Then nobody did that so far in the entirety of 2025. So if you do know more than us, without using any external help, then give us a chance to figure it out. If we fail, then join. We can open lesson one more time. For not using Worksband, for not using echo. We didn't have any echo in the lesson so far. Right. Redirects. We have cut this file into this file. Then we have cut an existing file into a new file. And then what we did next, we did it the same with no clobber. There was something in here, doc. Okay, let's do that. But this is also kind of interesting. But this takes a file, right? This takes a file. However, we are not taking file this time. We are taking, we are exporting something from bash or ZSH. Maybe we want to do it with a here string. Here string. I guess you're correct, Worksband. Maybe we can try with 3 less than and just put $user at the end. Maybe that could work. Do you want me to try that? Like this, and then $user. It should return the string. Yeah, it did. Yeah, I did. That works. Good catch, Worksband. I would probably be sweating on this one for a while. Is this what you had in mind, Leselman? Just checking. The Linux kernel keeps symbolic links in prot_speed_fd to every file opened by a process, where PID is the identification number of the corresponding process. How could the system administrator use that directory to verify the location of log files opened by Nginx, supposing the PID is 1234? Leselman says yes, here strings are correct. They are subject to variable substitution. Okay, thank you very much for that. While I didn't actually understand this before, Worksband suggested an a solution, right? I did get a vague idea that we are supposed to do the less than. I just didn't realize that we should be using the here string. If we do it twice, then I suppose it will be the same. Yeah, but it's here doc, right? So I have to stop it somehow. It is here doc, but now I don't know how to stop it. And you can paste $user in here doc. You mean like delete it from here? Yeah, that works. Alexei Shilin says Control D generates EOF. I know it does, but in this case here, would it work? No, it doesn't work. I already tried that. I don't know if you have seen it, Alexei, somewhere above here. I already tried this and I pressed Control D and it asked me this same question, right? So I just pressed no. But Worksband figured it out. Thanks. We could do it like this, I think. Like this, and then press Control D. No, doesn't work. Maybe there needs to be a space in this case. And press Control D. Still no. No, none of this works. Probably ZSH. Well, we can try with bash. So the same command, right? Not this one, right? Twice the less than and then $user. And I press enter. And then I press Control D. Here document at line 1 delimited by end of while wanted $user. And it did generate something, but it generated the wrong SH1. This is not the correct one. It is a mean question. Alexei says something that still didn't show up on screen, but SH1 sum lesser twice than EOF. Enter $user, enter Control D. Okay, I can see what you wrote. Okay, let's try. Let's try like this, and then $user, and then enter, and then Control D. And now we got the correct answer. Now we did get the correct answer, right? But we get some warnings here. I guess this works technically, but the here string is a little bit prettier. $user, right? It's just a tiny bit prettier. Could have typed EOF instead of Control D. Let's do that as well. $user EOF. Okay. But still, the here string seems to be much more appropriate for handling this scenario. This is just way too interactive to be used anywhere in scripting. Here string is not POSIX, if I recall correctly, Alexei says. Leselman says both the 3 times less than and 2 times less than are variants of here strings. Okay, but one is multi-line and kind of interactive. Actually, this is the way to use in scripting. You mean the multi-line input thingy? I don't know. I would have to. I guess it's very good that we are trying all of these scenarios, because every single one of us is going to remember this in one way or another when we will be doing the actual scripting at some point. So whether we will want to get the output of a command immediately or interactively like this, I don't know, you tell me. I need a tangible example where I would use the here doc instead of here string, right? If the here string can do everything that I need it to do, right? That's what I'm saying. If here string can do the job, then why use here doc? Most people will just use pipelines anyway. Yes. The Linux kernel keeps symbolic links in proc with fd. No such file or directory. What am I doing wrong? PID, sorry, the number. The number, okay, sorry. Stupid. Never mind. Proc, okay, I'm missing the number. To every file, Linux kernel keeps symbolic links in process ID to every file opened by a process, where process ID is the identification number of the corresponding process. How could the system administrator use that directory to verify the location of log files opened by Nginx? Okay, let's try this. So we have Nginx master process at this PID. Oh, you can do that as well. I want it to be, well, proc, so like this, right? FD. I see. Okay. I wanted to get a grip on what is going on, right? grep slash prots engine x. grep. I'm just typing what Demlin Trap said. grep slash prots engine x. Okay, let's try it. Something is missing here. Dash name. Not too many. Yeah, so once again, so these are our files here, and the question says, how could the system administrator use that directory to verify the location of log files opened by Nginx, supposing the PID is 1234? Okay, supposing the PID is 890766, I guess the answer is just lists the folder. I don't think there is anything special going on with this question. They simply want us to do the list all. I think that's all they want. Yeah. Okay. It's possible to do arithmetic calculations using only shell built-in commands, but floating point calculations require specific programs like BC, Basic Calculator. With BC, it's even possible to specify the number of decimal places with parameter scale. However, BC accepts operations only through its standard input, usually entered in interactive mode. Okay, let's give it a try before continuing the question, right? BC, I don't have it. Pacman BC. Oh, we are on. Okay, sorry. I switched shells apt install BC. Okay, BC. Let's just run it, right? 2 plus 4 is 6. Okay. It works. Now let's see the question. Using a here string, how can the floating point operator scale equals 6? I don't understand. How can the floating point operation scale equals 6? Okay, the calculation is 1. I don't know how to read this in English. I know in Croatian, but 1 divided by 3, right? 1 divided by 3. And we need 6 digits behind the dot sign, right? I'm not sure what Demlin trap means, but I'm still trying to figure out the calculator. I have never used BC in my entire life. This is the first time I see this. Let's just find out how the scale works first. Man BC, right? Scale numbers. Scale 6. Oh, BC. I remember writing full-blown scripts in BC, BC language. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how the command scale works. Oh, there we go. Scale The value of the scale function is the number of digits after the decimal point in the expression. And this is a part of what? Expressions. How do I use the expression? Let's try BC again. Scale equals 6. 1 divided by 3. Okay, that's the result. Okay, so we only need to tell it, we only need to set scale equals 6 and then we can do the calculation. Okay, got it. Okay, right now they want us to do the same thing from the standard input using here string, right? So let's go ahead and try to do that. BC here string, do it like this, right? So how do we do that? We need to input 2 commands, right, into the BC. We need to input 2 commands. How do we input 2 commands via here string? We can't. We can do that with here doc, but they want us to use, I mean, out them in quotes. Commands are separated with semicolon. But can we, I guess let's try it. Scale equals 6 and 1 divided by 3. But this doesn't feel like I should be putting that here in bash. Are we in bash even? I'm not even sure. Let's press enter and see what happens. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, let's put them under quotes. Ah, that's the same thing that you said, yeah. I kind of didn't expect semicolon to help me out in this case, because clearly I need to type 2 commands, but not in the shell, but rather in a program that accepts standard input. I'm going to have to sleep on this one a little bit. Let's check with here doc. Yeah, I agree. Let's check with here doc. But how? If we do it like, okay, let's do this. Oh, we are in ZSH again. Let's do bash. Let's do bash bc eof, and let's say scale equals 6 and then 1 divided by 3. Okay, and we're not done yet. Now we do the eof, and voila, we got the result. Yeah, the question literally has semicolon. Ah, that I did not see. Using a here string, how can the floating point operation be sent to the standard input of BC? So you do not need semicolon as it is multi-line. I mean, that's how BC works, clearly, so it didn't seem like it wouldn't work, right? Let's check the answers. Check the answers. Okay, in addition to text files, the command cat can also work with binary data, right? So we have redirected to the image file. Just Leselman says, just a word of caution, you are still in proc fd. Be careful when redirecting files, especially as you are dealing with numbers here. Ah, you mean that I should be careful not to write something into that folder. Okay, To be honest, that's a fair word of caution because the Nginx that I just in whose folder I just went, that's my reverse proxy of a lot of my stuff. So I suppose it would be a silly thing to kill it. I don't think it would. If I do something harmful in that folder, it may require a restart. I don't think it would brick entirely, except maybe it would stop working correctly and require a restart. What's the name of the standard channel redirected by the command date 1 is greater than now, standard output or stdout? I think Demlentrap said this. After trying to overwrite a file using redirection, you could overwrite some of the configuration files that are opened. Okay, that's actually good to understand that I can actually do that in prots folder. It is just descriptors to logs files and network sockets. No harms in writing to them. Not sure. How can the option no clobber be deactivated? It's with set +O. That's what Worksband wrote in chat. But you, Worksband, when you wrote your answer, you said the lower caps C. That's why I thought that you want me to type this with the C. Yeah, Demlentrap, just set +C, nothing else. Or -C. Yep, that was my mistake, yeah. What will be the result of this command? Bash will enter here doc input mode, then exit when a period appears in a line by itself. The typed text will be redirected to the standard output. So, yeah. We did spend a little bit on this one, but we got it right. The command cat pros CPU info displays an error message because it doesn't exist. The command redirects the error message to where? It directs it to a file. Really? We got it wrong. I think everyone who was in chat said that it will go to the standard output. Yeah, but it says that it will go to the file named 1. Yeah, the question tricked us. This needs a little bit of practice. Will it still be possible to discard content to dev null if the no clobber option is enabled? Yes, we tested it. Yeah, Worksband, you're correct this time, yeah. Yes, dev null is a special file not affected by no clobber. Without using echo, how can the contents? Yeah, so it's like this. We already did that. The Linux kernel keeps symbolic links by issuing the command list this folder, right, which will display the targets of every symbolic link in the directory. We did that as well. Is it possible? Yeah. So that's the command we did. So basically we are done on this part. Alexei says, looks like I'm a tiny bit late, just a little. 2 hours now, minus, when you came to talk. Actually, today nobody showed up on time from the usual gang members. In the beginning, there was only Works Band in the literal beginning, and then what was the name? Sorry. And then Lesselman joined a little bit later. I think Demland Trap was the second or something like that, but it's all good. We should continue with lesson 2 now. I have been sitting for too long. Has anyone been watching the Primagen on YouTube? I think I need to get a chair like he has. He has some kind of a chair that jumps on some kind of it behaves like a car. It goes up and down. That kind of seems like a good thing to have when you're sitting for too long. All I can do is change my legs. Yoga ball? Yoga ball could be also a good one, yeah. I don't have too much space for that. Maybe I could put it underneath my table here. That would fit. That would fit, but then the chair wouldn't fit in the room. Okay. One aspect of the Unix philosophy states that each program should have a specific purpose and should not try to incorporate features outside of its scope. Put it under the table. I can't put the ball and the chair under the table. That's the problem. But keeping things simple does not mean a less elaborated results, because different programs can be chained together to produce a combined output. The vertical bar character, also known as the pipe symbol, can be used to create a pipeline connecting the output of a program directly into the input of another program. Whereas a command substitution allows to store the output of a program in a variable or use it directly as an argument to another command. So the pipeline. Unlike redirects, with the pipes, data flows from left to right in the command line, and the target is another process, not a file system path. File descriptor, or here document. The pipe character tells the shell to start all distinct commands at the same time and to connect the output of the previous command to the input of the following command, left to right. For example, instead of using redirects, the content of the file prots CPU info sent to the standard output by cat can be piped to the standard input of word counter with the following command, right? Cat procs CPU info and then pipe word count, right? And there we have it. This is our output. It has counted what we need. In the absence of a path to a file, WC counts the number of lines, words, and characters it receives on standard input, as it is the case in this example. Many pipes can be present in a compound command. In the following example, 2 pipes are used. So we are cutting the CPU info file, then grabbing just the lines that contain the strings model name, and then we are using the unique command to count how many of the same lines do we have, right? So basically what this is going to tell us, this is going to tell us how many cores and threads we have. So in my case, it's a 6-core CPU, so the answer should be 12, I think. Why did it? Yeah. No, I was wrong. If we put -c, then the answer will be 12. Or 6, in my case, because we don't have threads or something. It just writes Unix, yeah. It just writes Unix without the -c, but this one is appearing 6 times, right? If we remove this pipe, we got the same thing 6 times. I actually expected 12 times because it's a 6-core CPU. Let me just check it out. It is a model name. Maybe my CPU doesn't have hyper threading, or I have disabled it in BIOS. Either way, it doesn't really matter too much because i5s don't have hyper threading. I mean, we can check it out with this. It doesn't matter too much because it's only been used as a virtual host. For virtual machines, I don't need hyper threading. It's not very useful anyway. Yeah, no hyper threading on this one. Okay. The content of file proc CPU info produced by cat proc CPU info was piped to the command grep model name, which then selects only the lines containing the term model name. The machine running the example has many CPUs, so there are repeated lines with model name. The last pipe connects grep model name to unique, which is responsible for skipping any line equal to the previous one. Yeah, we did that already. So pipes can be combined with redirects in the same command line. The previous example can be rewritten to a simple form, right? So we can grep model name and do the less than proc CPU info and then just pipe this to unique, right? So it's pretty much the same thing. Sorry, I pasted this into less. Okay, same input here. The input for grep is not strictly necessary as grep accepts a file path as argument, but the example demonstrates how to build such combined commands. Pipes and redirects are exclusive. That is, one source can be mapped to only one target. Yet, it is possible to redirect an output to a file and still see it on the screen with program T. To do it, the first program sends its output to the standard input of T, and the file name is provided to the latter to store the data. Okay, so T reads from standard input and writes to standard output and files. Okay, that's what it does, right? So let's go ahead and do the grep model name unique. So what are we doing here? We're doing the same command, which is going to just list this output, right? but we use t to also put it into the into a file. So we are going to get it both to the standard output and as well as the CPU model, right? Let's remove this because I didn't really want to be in this folder. Temporary make directory lpic. Go here, good. There we have it into the temporary folder. Cut, yeah, we did that. The output of the last program in the chain generated by unique is displayed and stored in the file cpu-model.txt. Do not overwrite the content of the provided file, but to append data to it, the option -a must be provided to t. Okay, let's man that. So -a means append to a given file. Do not overwrite. Let's go ahead and do that once again. t-a. Okay, so there is our output, but in the file itself, we now have two of these lines because we have appended. Can't you use twice the greater than instead? How do you propose me to do that? Give it a thought, and you can answer your own question. How do you suppose that I use the append sign instead of -a? You mean like this? Alexei, I was hoping Demlen trap would come on its own to that conclusion, but here we go. We already have the answer, so see what it does, right? The append to only appends to. It doesn't give us the output on our screen, right? So that's the difference. I'm not sure what would happen if I do. There is another benefit to T. You can sudo T to write to a file. Ashkante, are you here the first time? First time chat. Yeah, welcome in Ashkante. You can also sudo T to write to a file to which you don't have access. I'm struggling to understand the obviousness of using sudo. I'm going to pretend that this is a joke, but if I didn't understand what you said, feel free to try to explain. What I wanted to try here, Ashkanta says you can't greater than or double the greater than to a file that is only writable by root, for example. Ah, okay. Now I understand what you meant. Now I understand what you meant. It's not a joke. Okay, so what Ashkanta is saying is that you're as a user, right? As a user, you're doing the grep model name and then doing the less than to inject the contents of CPU info, right? And still, as a user, you're doing the unique command, okay? And before the end of the command, actually, let's do exactly what he said, right? But I don't know which file isn't. Maybe we can make it. But basically, what he meant is to put sudo here at the end. But you're root. Yes, I know I'm root. He meant that I should put sudo here at the end so that I can only sudo t and not sudo the entirety of my command, right? So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, sorry. Let's change back. Let's touch some actually nano file. Okay, mod 600 to this file, right? So you can see that this file is now owned by root and only readable by root, right? We can make another copy of that, or maybe not. No, we just want to write to that file. Let's just do that. Exit. Okay, now I'm user. Let's change to the temporary folder, right? So here we have file. We can't even cut the file, right? So if we grab the model name and put it into the file, right? So we're putting it into a file. We get permission denied. Okay, so what Ashkante said was to put sudo here, right? And now we can't cut it because it's still owned by root, but we can sudo cut it, right? So we have our contents and we have this appended now, right? I find it occasionally useful when computing some settings and then adding it to some root-only config file. Sudo t is often the cleanest way to do it. And as a benefit, you also see what's being appended. And Demlen's trap says, oh, that's sweet. And Worksbench says, and you can not just add sudo at the beginning. I mean, the whole idea behind what the what Ashkante said was to do everything as user and only the last step as root. Lezelman says, keep in mind that this only works because sudo handles standard input correctly and redirects it to its sub-process. This is relevant if you alias another privilege escalation program. Okay, doas. Doas is much more used, I would say, in BSDs than it is on Linux. Just as a word of caution. I mean, words of caution is great, but I think when you are building your own Bash script, I think you will stumble, upon errors, and then you're going to fix them as you create the script, right? So while fixing the errors, you're going to understand what went wrong and what you can't use in a way that you thought that you could. Is doas even available on Debian? apt search doas. Oh, yes, it is. Transitional package. Okay. The package for OpenDoas. Okay, I understand now. Honestly, I never used do's on Linux. Never had the need for it so far. I did use it on BSDs. Only the standard output of a process is captured by a pipe. Let's say you must go through a long compilation process on the screen and at the same time save both the standard output and the standard error to a file for later inspection. Assuming your current directory does not have a make file, the following command will output an error. Okay, let's give it a try. No targets specified and no make file found. Okay, so we tried to compile something without the file and we used T to do the logging for us. Okay. Although shown on the screen, the error message generated by make was not captured by T, and the file log.txt was created empty. Let's check that. Correct, it is empty. A redirect needs to be done before a pipe can capture the standard error. Okay, so basically what they are doing here, they are redirecting the standard error into the standard output, and then they are piping it to T. Demlan trap, yes, that was Alexei Shilin suggesting to fix the error that was created by, I forget your guys' names, Worksband. Worksband tried to do it without the ampersand. But yeah, with this, we are basically capturing the standard error. So that's the number 2. I think Demlan Trap struggled in the beginning to understand the difference between 2, 1, and 0. And we are sending it to the standard output, which is capturable by the pipe, right? And then we can do the T with log.txt, right? So now if we cut the log file, we now have the standard error captured with T and by the pipe. Bash also allows make pipe and T. I can type that, but it doesn't look very logical to me. Make pipe and T log2.txt, right? Why would this work? I'm trying to understand what is ampersand doing with the pipe here. So it's literally how do I put it, a part of a command, right? Yeah, it definitely worked. So let's just try in. We are already in ZSH. Okay. If you say that it works in Bash as well, then fine. Leselman says I can type that it doesn't look logical to me. Should be the new motto of Bash. Just a nice shortcut. It's good to know shortcuts, but this kind of feels logical once you know what number 2 and what number 1 are. But these two guys together without anything surrounding them feel a little bit off. I'm just being honest here. I'm not saying it's wrong or whatever. It just doesn't look easy to remember unless I force remember it. I find writing bash harder than actual C. Damn trap. Okay. Too many traps in bash. And there can be only one trap. Okay. So the pipe and means Worksman says and question regarding standard error goes to the standard output. Does it combine standard output and standard error or just replaces with error? I think it just replaces. I think it just replaces because if you want, but I could be wrong. There was the explanation for this in the beginning of the lesson. It adds to output. Well, I'm trying to recall it. Let's check it out. You should try it out. It's a very good question. Leslman says, "Yeah, I was just going to try it out." Let's do the I don't know, make. Okay, so make 2 redirected to, where is it? And 1. Okay, so we have redirected it to 1. Actually, now that I think of it, now we are going to capture this with the pipe and use T into output out 1. Okay, so cat out 1, right? So we definitely captured the error, right? We captured the error because this command produced an error, right? So let's type a command that will produce a standard output. Let's do echo test, right? And put that to output 2. So this command produced a standard output, and we did the same. We did the same with it. We used forward the standard error into standard input, and then we put it into a file, right? So let's see if test is in our out2 file. Yes, it is. Okay, so it definitely combines the two. The answer is it combines the two. You're saying that we need to have something in standard output and standard error. I'm not sure how can I produce both the standard output and standard error in an easy way. Maybe you guys can give me an example, but I think these two tests separate make one whole test, right? So if I produce something that will give me both the standard output and standard error at the same time, the result would be the same. Ashkanta says maybe cut existing file and cut non-existing file. Okay, we can do that. What did I just do? Oh, sorry, I was I pressed the up arrow, but not in the shell, but in OBS. That's why it switched screens for a second. If you can add multiple, yeah, Ashkanta, that's I read it already. Okay, let's cut out 1 and out 4, right? Okay, so now let's cut out 2. Yeah, we got both. We got both here. Both the standard error and standard output. Yeah. Good shit. Make cut. In this example, the standard error of make was redirected to the standard output, so T was able to capture it with a pipe, display it on the screen, and save it to a file. In cases like this, it may be useful to save the error messages for later inspection. Command substitution. Leselman says, what if you want to redirect standard error and standard output to file in a single command? Did I not just do that? Is this not a single command? Ah, without using T. We could try. We could try to do it like this. File 4. Alexei says command towards file and then 2 is greater than and 1. Well, there is a lot of trial and error in what I do, so I'm gonna press enter and expect this not to work, and then I'm gonna do what Alexei said. We got nothing with my command. Good stuff. Funnily, it's redirect to a file first. Ashkante is commenting the correct answer. Interestingly, when redirecting standard error and also to a file, order matters. Okay, so let's send it to a file 5. And then, what did Alexei write? To a file and then to the and 1. Okay, so essentially it's a known pitfall. Essentially command forwards to a file is correct. Doing command to a file will not actually send standard error. Okay, so first set. I'm just reading what you guys are saying in the chat. So first set standard output to a file, then copy that standard output file descriptor to standard error file descriptor. I'm kind of confused. So let's repeat this. So we are cutting two files, one existing, another not non-existing, right? Let's name this one 9. Okay. So what this command is going to do, it is going to cut to the standard output and to standard error. Okay. So we are now simply forwarding with this sign here with greater end. Let me just make it bigger, right? So with this one here, we are forwarding standard output, so which is this file, into the file 5. Okay. And then we are forwarding the standard error into the standard output. But the problem is if this is being evaluated from left to right, and if we do the this and the end, how does it appear in the file 5? If it happens afterwards, I can press enter here just to be sure that it works. Cut file 5, right? So it does work, yeah. Alexis says to new standard output set right before. You're on the correct track. To new standard output set right before. Okay, so so what we are writing in this block is also applied to the standard output that is entering this block, right? It's a bit head spinner, to be honest. How can we properly explain why is this entering here, right? How is this going from here to the left and to the beginning, right? It's down to how it's implemented. These redirects are duplicating file descriptors and have some sneaky surprises. Okay. You first assigned file 5 to standard output with this. So you mean I should be doing it like this to make it more readable, like not write so many spaces? Would this make it more readable? Let me just put it into file 6. Got file 6. Yeah, it worked. If I remove the space here, it kind of makes it a little bit more readable for me, because the spaces are a matter of taste. Well, they're not a matter of taste if you put them here, right? Then you break the command completely, right? Or if you put them here, it's still broken, right? But with the file, you can do both, right? The reason why I have removed this space is because it makes it, at least in my head, a little bit more readable comparing to this part. Alexis says I usually just use and is greater than while in bash. To put it into the destination file, right? And is greater than to file, and this will produce both the standard output. So what is the end doing here? What is end or ampersand representing here? This one is representing standard output, and this one is obviously representing standard error. Worksband is asking, did file 5 become new standard output? And then you redirect error to file 5. Yeah. If end is greater than means redirect both standard output and standard error, then, but yeah, even with pipe, it's doing the same thing. It's acting as an addition of standard error. It's bashism for redirecting both standard error and standard output to a file. Not POSIX. Okay. If, where am I? In which application am I now? Here. Okay. Got file 7, right? So that worked. That worked, but I suppose this is the correct way if you don't want to get in trouble. Bash is full of weird syntax. You should know by now. Another method to capture the output of a command is command substitution by placing a command inside back quotes. Bash replaces it with its standard output. F, focus. The following example shows how to use the standard output of a program as an argument to another program. Okay, so we want to make a directory which is the same as the current year, month, day. Okay, we do this. Now it's a little bit too big. Oh, there it is, up here. Okay, so the command substitution, right? So in the same way, I suppose we could do a... Okay, this will be stupid and completely pointless. But this should make a Lala directory. And yes, it did. Okay, just checking. The output of the program date, the current date formatted as year, month, day, was used as an argument to create a directory with make directory. An identical result is obtained by using dollar and okay, I forgot what these are called once again in English. Brackets of which kind? What's the name of these brackets? Parentheses. Okay, I keep forgetting. Okay, these are parentheses. Yeah, thank you. Instead of back quotes. Okay, so we can do it like this. Or in programming, often parents for short. Make direct actually. Let's go to Lala folder. So we have some more space to work here, right? Our screen will not fill up when I type ls. Good. So we can do it with the dollar and parentheses containing the entire command. Okay. The same method can be used to store the output of a command as a variable. Okay, this is becoming useful, right? The operating system is right, so we can echo operating system, right? This one. Proof that it's live and not pre-recorded confirmed. Because you typed F focus. The command uname-o outputs the generic name of the current operating system, which was stored in the session variable OS. To assign the output of a command to a variable is very useful in scripts, making it possible to store and evaluate the data in many distinct ways. Depending on the output generated by the replaced command. No, F focus was when camera lost focus after you moved your chair, but it's fine now. Okay, I didn't actually understand. I thought that you told me that I should focus on what I'm doing. So that's the first thing that came to my mind. I don't really think about the camera at all. I have a scratchy, itchy nose for some reason. Depending on the output generated by the replaced command, the built-in command substitution may not be appropriate. A more sophisticated method to use the output of a program as the argument of another program employs the intermediate called xargs. The program xargs uses the contents it receives via standard input to run a given command with the contents as its argument. So once more, the program xargs uses the content it receives with the standard input to run a given command with the contents as its argument. I'm not sure if I understand this correctly. Build and execute command lines from standard input. Obviously, I misunderstood something. Xargs is quite a big beast. It may be a big beast, but I am trying to understand the basics of it, what it does. I kind of expected it will give me an output of the ls command. Or xargs like this. Sorry, ls. Oh, now it works. Okay, now it works what I thought that it would do. Okay. Okay, so the other command that we are actually executing, we are giving it to xargs under quotes, and then xargs will do the result of this command and output it into the standard output. So in theory, I could do xargs ls, and I could do it, for example, okay, this doesn't make too much sense, but let's try touch file, and let's do the xargs. Actually, let's remove directory 2025. We now only have this file in here, xargs ls, and redirect this into make directory. No, let's put these guys here. Will this make a directory? Will this make a directory called file? Can it create directory file because file already exists? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. My chat went away. Basically, you send it lines over standard input, and it will run whatever command you gave it with the lines appended. Is a bit funky to explain. You can run a simple example, echo. Sorry, I tried to copy paste it from Twitch. So echo, without the quotes you meant. Echo dot xargs ls. Also, this is ls current folder, right? And this would be ls parent folder. Okay, I understand now. So whatever xargs is executing here, it will pass this content onto the onto that command. Okay, it is getting a bit convoluted, but let's see what the PDF is trying to teach us. Good. Depending program find. Let's read it once again. Depending. Try this one. Echo -e file 1 and file 2 and file 3 xargs touch. Well, this is the same, right? This is the same. It will create 3 files. So it will touch these 3 files, basically. Yeah, I understood what the output would be. It's rather simple. Depending on the output generated by the replaced command, the built-in command substitution may not be appropriate. A more sophisticated method is xargs. The program xargs uses the contents it receives via standard input to run a given command with the contents as its argument. The following example shows xargs running the program identify with arguments provided by the program find. Alexei said echo file pipe x args cut will run cut file. Yeah. The key point being that it treats each line in input, which is very useful to repeat some commands based on the output of some other command. So it runs command on each line. Okay. Let's do this. So what we are doing here, we are finding in this folder every file that starts with the word Debian, and then we are using xargs to identify the format. Okay, I don't know what identify is doing exactly, but okay, let's run the command. No such file or directory. Yes, okay. Sudo apt install identify. No. Is there a package called identify? There isn't. A part of ImageMagick? I don't want this on my server. ImageMagick. It's a kind of magic. We have to do this on Debian if we want to find Debian stuff. Okay. I'm going to uninstall it. Oh, crap. I'm definitely not installing this. Or should I? Oh, okay, let's install it and delete it later. I should have used provisionary Debian machine. I'll do that next time. Okay. That huge lib for image manipulation, yeah. And we got nothing because we don't have anything in user share icons. ls user share icons. Right, and let's go with the high color, maybe 8x8. There is nothing named Debian here. Okay, let's get rid of this apt purge ImageMagick. Sudo apt auto remove. What did I do? Why didn't it remove what I installed, what it pulled automatically? Usually it does that. Sometimes command and package names seem to be explicitly chosen to be unsearchable. I remember a special library. Okay. You can always ask your package manager which package provides a file. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. But right now I am thinking about why doesn't it want to uninstall all of this shit. Let's do it in a stupid way. Sudo apt purge all of this crap. I'm not supposed to do that this way. It was supposed to uninstall it automatically. Add dash O apt auto remove suggests important equals 0. I don't have this package anymore. Or should I just run it without this package? Okay. The following packages were automatically installed and are no longer required. Why didn't it do this automatically? It usually does that. Auto purge. Okay, I just learned something new. I have never seen auto purge command previously. Thank you for the help. Thank you. Okay, next time a new Debian machine for testing. Deji Beldani says it's late. Thank you very much and have a nice sleep, Deji Beldani. I always set this option in my config file. Okay. Okay. Just a second. I'm just doing something on a different screen. Will be done in a second or 2 or 3. Demlan Trap says good night. Okie dokie. Where's my mouse? Oh, here it is. Okay. So, again, my other screen. Okay, so what they want us to do here is to use identify format. Can we use another command? This one is not good. The program identify is a part of ImageMagick. Well, I suppose I could have read the entirety of these paragraphs first and then wonder. A set of command line tools to inspect, convert, and edit most image file types. Use file instead of identify without format. Okay. In the example, xargs took all paths listed by find. All paths listed by find. So, all paths listed by find. Okay, and put them as arguments to identify, which then shows the information for each file formatted as required by the option format. The files found by find in the example are images containing the distribution logo in a Debian file system. Dash format is a parameter to identify, not to xargs. Okay. Sorry for typing in a different screen. All will be explained. Okay, so what we could do here, and once again, apologies for doing something in a different screen. Let's find something on my Arch Linux, where we have ImageMagick now. Let's go to user, what was it? User share icons, right? So we have stuff like GNOME. Okay, I guess we could do that, right? We have something called GNOME. Let's find stuff that contains the word GNOME and identify. What did this command actually do? Identify dash format? Let's try without identify, just to see the result. Okay, so the result is the, okay, now I understand. And the identify tells us, okay, so we didn't actually know the resolution. We didn't, I mean, we kind of knew the resolution, but not from the file name itself. I suppose the identify took the resolution from the actual file. Okay. This makes sense now. All right, the option -n1 requires xargs to run the given command with only one argument at a time. In the example's case, instead of passing all paths found by find as a list of arguments to identify, using xargs -n1 would execute command identify for each path separately. Using -n2 would execute identify with two paths as arguments. Identify reads in the file header and prints the result from there. Yeah, I understood. -n3 with three paths and arguments, and so on. Similarly, when xargs processes multi-line contents, as is the case with input provided by find, the option -L can be used to limit how many lines will be used as arguments per command execution. Okay, did we do that here? We did not. Okay. Using xargs, with option -n1 or -l1 to process output generated by find may be unnecessary. Command find has the option -exec to run a given command for each search result item. Okay. If the paths have space characters, it is important to run find with the option -print0. If the paths have space characters, it is important to run find with the option -print0. This option instructs find to use a null character between each entry, so the list can be correctly parsed by xargs. Okay. Find dot dash name anything that ends in avi, print 0 dash show name where in the current folder. So I guess I should show you guys what I have of avi files on my file system. That might end up awkward. I'm just kidding. But I still don't want to show my video files, whatever that is. I don't even think that I have any avi files. But let's do a different command. Or maybe we can do this on this server. Let's do it on the server. Okay, find dot minus name avi print 0 name mp4 print 0 name mkv print 0 xargs the disk usage. So it will print out the sizes basically of all of these files. Parse error near there was print 0 here, right? Now it works. Now it works with a whole lot of errors. Okay, let's do something new. SSH, actually SSH copy ID. What is the name? 47, right? Okay, so in the past couple of minutes, I have installed a new Debian system, and I will continue from this machine because I don't want to do anything on my servers anymore. Too much stuff can go wrong, and let's just do the demo. You can generate some dummy files. I can. I was just wondering if I can suppress the error. How did this happen? The previous chapter showed you how to suppress the errors. Yes, it did. Let's go here. Okay. Hello. Malo glasnije. Da. Just a second. Evo ga tu. Evo s digital. Okay, my wife just got an idea to plug an SD card through a USB-C adapter directly into her phone, and I think she wants to transfer pictures from the digital camera to the phone by unplugging the SD card from the camera and plugging it into the phone. And it actually will work, but it's a strange way to do it. Yeah, so suppress the errors, right? We want the errors. Basically, how does it work? To end into dev null. Was it like this? It wasn't like this. Something feels off. Something feels off here, and I didn't remember the correct way. It's not sort which prints the errors. Add it to the correct part of the pipeline. Also to dev null without the end. Okay. It's not sort which is printing the errors. Let me just do, it said cannot read folder or something like that, was it? I think it was do. X args minus 0 do. So here, I suppose, this usage is the one which cannot read it, right? To dev null. Permission denied again on whatever the command was. Find. Okay, so the find is the one which cannot read. Find name, print name, print name, print. Okay, so here then to dev null, and then we don't need it on disk usage. It's too fast to see which one was it. Maybe I can put it on disk usage as well. Both, okay. Correct. Dev null. Okay, now it's small. Now it's small. So what did we just do? We have sorted it by size, basically. We have sorted it by size. What did we even find here? So we find AVI files, MP4 files, MKV files. But why did it find so many results? I'm kind of confused. That find command is wrong. Yeah, it seems to be. It seems to be wrong. Remove all print zeros except the last one. Print 0. which one to what is -o parameter even assigned? Let's. The problem is that I'm rushing this and not quite understanding what this command does. Print 0. -o is or, okay. Print 0. Find mkv files. Okay, screw this and let's simplify it. Let's find all AVI files. This should be a lot simpler, right? I don't get it. I broke it. Find. Okay, let's just find all the AVI files. Okay, but we got errors. To dev null, right? So we don't actually have any AVI files. So MP4 maybe, mkv definitely not. Yeah. So that long-ish command found a lot of stuff. Let's find txt files. That we do have. Worksbench, thanks for the stream. Need to go. Have a nice one. Bye bye. You're welcome anytime. We're doing this every Sunday at this same time, whatever your time zone is. So we can actually you can find us here on the next Sunday at the same time, right? So and have a nice remainder of the day. So xargs ran disk usage without arguments, basically. Yeah. Okay, I get it now. So if there would be arguments, then this command would not be broken, right? So let's go ahead and do the same thing. It's my paste foo is not that good. Okay, so we need txt files, and then we need some so files, and maybe something else. What does the usual system have? It doesn't really matter. Anything that ends with the letter A. Some of the permission denied. Okay. Print name, print 0 to dev null. What? Sorry for decreasing the size. Something was wrapping awkwardly. Dev null. And put it here as well. Dev null. Okay. Now it works. Also adding dash type F would be good. Oh, you mean a file? Let's put it dash type F at the end and hope it will work. Or should I add it 3 times? This seems to be working. This seems to be working. A lot of SO files, some files ending with letter A. Should be some text files as well. Those will be at the beginning, right? There we go. Some text files are here. Yeah, the text files are usually the smallest ones. Generally, some of the files ending with letter A. I think it should go before print. Oh, then type F, type F, type F. There we go. The list seems to be roughly the same size. I think I saw a mention of Amiga here somewhere. Maybe I was hallucinating. Can I just add grep at the end? I think I can. Grep Amiga. I guess I hallucinated. No, I did not. I did not hallucinate. No directories this time? Okay. These are keyboard layouts, except this one. And the reason why I noticed these kinds of things is because I kind of grew up with this device, right? You can find it here. Yeah, I'm a. You know, when something is like your very first computer, it kind of stays with you as a very fond memory, especially because Amiga was quite a, I wouldn't say high-end machine, but it was really capable at the time when it was released, right? So whoever had it at the right moment, right? It was maybe the word being proud of owning one was the wrong one, but it's not too off, too much off what I actually mean by that, right? It's really something that I really have a lot of happy memories with, and I still use it every now and then for a little bit of playground, and not so much for video games, but just trying out various stuff on it. That find is unnecessarily long. It could be just find name type fprint0. Okay, let's try to finish this before midnight. The option -0 tells xargs the null character should be used as the separator. The null character should be used as the separator. Okay. So here we are converting to null, and then we are converting back to a space. That way the file paths given by find are correctly parsed, even if they have blank or other special characters in it. The previous example shows how to use the command do to find out the disk usage of every file found and then sort by results size. The output was suppressed for conciseness. For conciseness. Note that for each search criteria, it is necessary to place the print 0 option for find. By default, xargs places the arguments of the executed command last. By default, xargs places the arguments of the executed commands last. To change that behavior, the option -I should be used. Find minimum depth 2. Avi. Okay, this is a similar find command. However, this time we are doing xargs -I path. Okay, I don't really understand this. What is going on here? In the last example, every file found by find is moved to the current directory. As the source paths must be informed to move mv before the target path. A substitution term is given to the option -I of xargs, which is then appropriately placed alongside mv. By using the null character as separator, it is not necessary to enclose the substitution term with quotes. Okay, this is another head spinner here, but simply because I am brand new to xargs, right? Let me just see what the manual says for -I. Man xargs. Sorry. Sudo apt install kitty term info. Okay, now man xargs, good. So the capital I. Replace occurrences of whatever comes after -I in the initial arguments with names read from standard input. Replace occurrences of replace string. How did I frame it here? Path. Also, unquoted blanks do not terminate input items. Instead, the separator is the new line character. Let me try to see if I understand this. Touch file 1, file 2. I'm not even sure what I'm doing here. Make directory. Let's go to this directory. And then we are going to list the parent directory for file everything. So this is going to generate 2 files, right? Actually, I'm not sure what I'm doing. I wanted to do something similar, but we need to use the find command for that, not ls. Let's do this again, but with find. Find in the parent directory, name, file, everything. Okay, then just file question mark. Why is the permission denied? Oh, I need to quote it. Okay, sorry about that. But still the same result. Why is it? Okay, let's just forward this to dev null. Right, this is fine. Okay, we got it. We got it like this. So we found 2 files, and now we do the xargs -i. So if I want to transfer these 2 files into the current folder, similar as they did it, right? So they typed path, move path. But I'm not sure if I understand what's going on here. What is this? This is the current folder, right? Why would this command move files, right? I pasted something wrong. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Xargs -i path move path and then dot slash. Yeah, they definitely moved, but I don't understand why. So what is this command actually doing? It's replacing. Let's read the manual again. Man xargs. Everyone sleeping in chat. -i. Okay, replace occurrences of the first string that comes after I. I don't get it. Maybe the path is something specific to xargs path. It's not. Ashkanta says -i is useful if you want to put the replacement strings at an arbitrary. I lost my place in chat. If you want to put the replacement strings at an arbitrary place in the xargs command rather than strictly at the end. Okay. And Leslman says you're on the right track. Think about which command will be generated. I am not sure what this string here is doing at all. The naming in the PDF is unfortunate. Why? What is this word here? It has nothing to do with the path variable. Okay. But why? Can I just replace this with whatever? Like test and test. Will this do the same thing? Yes. Okay. Okay, now I'm starting to understand. Okay, because this word got me confused. Okay, so man x args, right? So definitely, what the manual said is replace of whatever string here, whatever string you put after the I. Replace occurrences of replace string in the initial arguments with names read from standard output. With names from standard output. Okay, so this command still finds us two files in the parent directory, while this replaces. I kind of forgot what it said in the manual. I think I'm too tired at this moment. Test string replaces with the occurrences of the. Okay, let's open another one. Man x args. I can no longer remember what I just read. Replace the first test in the initial arguments with the names read from standard input. Okay. I think I'm getting it. So the first test is basically where was it? Is basically catching this. The first test is catching per file one dot slash file one, right? It's catching dot file one, and then it moves I'm still lost. It kind of moves to the current folder, but I'm not sure what the second test is. Alexis says echo bar. Okay, let's do that. Echo bar x args dash I who echo who. The result is not what I expected. It replaces that string in the command you specified for x args. Leselman says ls x args dash I item echo. Let me copy paste this. ls pipe x args dash I item echo okay. Make sure there are files in the directory. There are files in the directory. Maybe I need to type item here. Okay. So we have a word. Okay. So we have a word in the command. Xargs then replaces that word with what it reads from standard input instead of appending it to that command. Where am I? Oh, my terminal kind of got jammed. Not sure why. Load average seems fine. I don't know why it got jammed. ls. So in this case, xargs is, I'm just reading what Alexis says. You have a word in the command. Okay, we have a word in the command. Word. And okay, xargs then replaces that word. Maybe a better example, echo test xargs to echo 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do that. So before I press enter, what this is going to do, echo test. So echo test will of course output the word test, and then xargs puts test here maybe. Echo 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 test. 1 test 3. Oh, okay. Okay. You got me there, but you got me in the right way. You got me in the right way. Right. So it replaces these guys. Okay, this is a really good example. Now I understand it. Okay. Okay, so whatever I put here was replaced by the standard input, and then I put it into the new command that I'm executing with xargs, right? So with xargs, I'm executing this and simply replacing a part of the new command with whatever I caught from here, basically. Okay, let's go back to one of the previous ones. Yeah. I'm not going to pretend that just the tiredness is the reason. I may be a bit too stupid, but well, when you combined all of this stuff together, eventually it sits. Okay, so in this command, we are only doing echo and the output of ls, right? That was not about the stupid part. No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's exercise. It's convenient to save the execution date of actions performed by automated scripts. Command date shows the current date in year, month, day format. How can the output of such a command be stored in a shell variable called today using command substitution? I have a feeling that only two guys are in chat and both at this moment, and both know more than I do. Except there are a couple of more of you guys who are not typing in chat at all. So I don't expect you to be typing anything. So I'm just gonna answer all of these questions. Okay, so how can the output of such a command be stored in a shell variable called today using command substitution? Shell variable called today. Should be like this, I think. Yeah. I'm half paying attention, doing a bit of creative writing on the side. Well, I was half paying attention for a couple of minutes when I installed this new Debian, like 45 minutes ago, so that's good as well. Feel free to join with answering the questions. Usually I don't answer the questions before other people answer it, but if people get stuck, then I add what I think. Using command echo, how can the contents Ashkanta, it's the times we live in. Very few people can afford to pay full attention these days. I guess, maybe. I don't know. I mean, when I'm at work, actual work, which pays my bills, right? Then I, put my attention to the work, right? I'm not taking it too seriously in a bad way. No, not in a negative way. I just like to dissect everything what people say. Let's carry on. Using command echo, we are close to the end anyway. Using command echo, how can the contents of variable today be sent to the standard input of command sed? Okay, so first of all, I need to understand how this even works. Sed I don't even know what this is doing, but variable today can be sent using command echo. I mean, what is stopping me from... What is this minus here? This kind of triggers me. It replaces dash with dot. Ah, I understand now. Got it right. Okay. I just wasn't sure what this command is doing. I obviously need to practice a lot more sed. Sed is a regex search and replace tool. Yeah, Ashkante, we did one, I wouldn't say whole lesson, but there was one lesson where we had quite a lot of sed practice, but I still did not actively use it anywhere since then, right? How could the output of the command date be used as here string to command sed? Actually, I just did that. Didn't I? No, I used the shell variable. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and use it like this. I also rarely use sed. For some reason, I prefer avc most of the time, or grep if I need something simple. Of course, grep is the simplest way to do simple stuff, right? But sed, I just didn't get to it yet. Not enough scripting. Never forget grep plus sed equals avc. Okay. They wanted me to use the output of the date command to be used as a here string to command sed. As a here string command. Can't I just do it like this? Oh yes, I can. Yes, I can. This means if you have a pipeline using sed and grep, you should use avc instead. And vim plus the compiler equals anything. Command convert image resize 25% small image creates a smaller version of image and places the resulting image in a likewise named file inside a subdirectory small. Using xargs, how is it possible to perform the same command for every image listed in the file list? Okay, we have a file list with a couple of images. We need to convert command sudo apt install image magick imagemagick. Not all of these are images. Okay, I don't think that is. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine for the exercise. Image magic will let it complain. Let it complain. Okay, small. Make directory small. right? So how is it possible to perform the same command for every image listed in the file list? We could cut it. We could cut file list. I'm just thinking out loud and do the xargs image xarg image convert image small image. I think this should do the job. With path is going to be harder. How you think the file list I'm gonna press enter here. Image no such file or directory. Cut file list. Okay, so it says using xargs, how is it possible to perform the same command for every image listed in the file list? Maybe they also used the paths. I can copy these images into the current folder if that's going to make it easier. Yes? Should I copy these images into the current folder first, or shall we work on the paths? That's easier. Find PNGs, dot PNGs. What do you want to do? I want to do the task. Using xargs, how is it possible to perform the same command for every image listed in the file list text? So what they want me to do is take every image from file list and then use the convert image, resize it, and put it into a small folder. But they don't want me to convert just the one image, but all of them from the text file. So that's why I created a text file that contains all of these paths. It made sense to me that that's what they want. But it could be that they wanted me to work on the file list that lists the images in the current folder. Like they did here, right? The task is ambiguous. I would recommend first solving it with files in the current directory. Okay, let's do the current directory first. I'm just thinking about how to copy all of these pictures in the current directory to the current directory. I'm thinking out loud if I can list the images and then use xargs copy. What is -t? But apparently I was on the right track, but I needed damn YouTube again. Oh, copy. I can see it. Copy -t dot into the file list. I can see what you wrote. Find was not needed. Sorry. The next thing that I wanted to do is find, not that one. Find current folder. Possible unquoted pattern. Okay. Better now? Maybe we need to remove. Maybe we need to remove the dot slash from this file first. Strip deleting dot slash. Yeah, correct. Okay, so without manually editing, how do I strip it? With sed? So I can print it out maybe with sed and using slash as a delimiter. This is a bit stupid, but it would work, I think. Use slash as a delimiter and then just print out the output of the second column. But escape the dot. Do you mean avk? Okay. Alexei sped me up a little bit, but I think it would took me about 15 minutes to get to this. I was going to do it in a different way. But okay. Okay, we have the file list, we have the folder, we have everything. and we now need to use this command avg. Okay, we're done now. There are many ways to do the same thing. And what I wanted to do here is, that's not the command. Oh, this is the command, right? So that's what I did previously. Cut the file list and then xargs image, which should be the output of the file list, and then convert the same output, resize it, and put it into a folder small slash, but you forgot -i. You're right about that. -i. Okay, so we have files 4 bytes, 16 bytes. And these are all 4 bytes. So I dare to say that this worked. Oh, I didn't put the dash here. Sorry. Can you check that these files are correct? They certainly are smaller. At least these, which were 16Ks. How do you want me to check it? File command. You can use identify format. Well, it's definitely a PNG still in the header. What is file? Determine file type. Okay. File, everything. Okay. It looks okay. I wasn't sure whether the files were copied correctly. We can do this on the previous folder as well. File, parent folder, everything dot png, right? So these are bigger. These are definitely bigger. And now they got shrunk. So this is fine. The important thing of everything today is that you guys invested a lot of energy into me understanding how the -i works, and apparently I understood. When I said I understand now, apparently I proved that I actually do understand. Exploration. A simple backup routine periodically creates an image of partition SDA1 with DD. DD. Are they sure? I never use DD with these guys. Always with if of. I'm just checking. Can DD even work with these guys? With greater than? Ah, okay. Okay. I literally never saw anyone use DD with that. Or I don't remember. maybe I have selective memory. A simple backup routine periodically creates an image of partition SDA1. SDD reads from standard input by default. That's why you have to specify if. Okay. Yeah, I know how it. I use DD quite a lot of times to create images of ISO images on USB sticks and stuff like that, but I don't remember seeing it used in a standard input-output fashion. Okay, so someone is doing SDA1, like a backup of it with DD dev SDA1 into SDA1.img. This sounds the same as if and off, right? It will do the same result. To perform future data integrity checks, the routine also generates a SH1 hash of the file. Okay. By adding pipes and command T, how would these two commands be combined into one? So the two commands are presumed to be run by a script, right? DD reading from standard input is mostly used when you want to copy a specific byte range from standard input. This is useful when working with binary data. Okay. Experience needed. Okay, one more time. DD is generating this image from this block device, and then it does this command on the resulting image and then outputs the result of this command into this file. And we want this to be just one command by combining these two with T. Okay, let's type this into shell just for just provisionary. It didn't paste everything. It was DD right, dev sda1 into sda1.img. Okay, we are not going to press enter because we don't have sda1, I think. And the other command was this, right? So how do we combine this with T? Alexei solved it already. Alexei's answer didn't show up properly on screen. So note that this is not what Alexei actually wrote in chat. I can see I can see what he wrote. He wrote dd dev sda1. You can just use a regular file instead of dev sda if you want to check if it works. Yeah, let's do it on a regular file. Something like this, but this is not the actual command. I'm just trying to visualize what's going on here. Let me this in a clipboard for a second. Okay, we took draft PNG and basically we copied the file into result.img. So now if we do the result.img, okay, cut result sh1, we got the result here. Okay, that works. So what we want to do now is dd once again. I kind of saw what Alexei wrote with one eye, but I'm going to pretend that I didn't read it. dd let me just remind myself what exactly was T doing. Read from standard input. Sorry for spoilers. I actually didn't even read it completely. So it's all good. Read from standard input and write to standard output and files. I'm being quiet because thinking. If dd is receiving this input file here, right? The draft.png. And then dd kind of does its thing, right? And then it dd outputs to the standard input, right? Standard output, sorry. If dd writes to the standard output and we want to use t, which writes to the file and to standard output, then I suppose we want to use t for the result and then just do the like t here. Option and file append, ignore pipes, operate in a more appropriate mode with pipes. I don't think we need any options here. We can just do t. Result.img. Okay, so this is not the complete command, obviously, but this on its own, I think we'll just copy draft png to result.img and also output it to the standard output, right? We can press enter and clog our screen. Yeah. Okay, that was expected, right? But did it create a new file, result.img? Result.img. Yes, it did. Okay, the time is the same as now. Okay, so what we got so far is both writing to the file, which is good, and writing to the standard output, which is also good. And we now want to use the sh1 command. Which one was it? sh1 sum to generate the result sh1. So we can use sh1 sum on the standard output, which we still have in the standard output. I'm just wondering where to put that. I guess I could use the... I'm not sure if this makes sense. No, this doesn't make too much sense. I'm trying to fit sh1 somewhere. I might use on the standard output x args and sh1 sum on the standard output. I'm just talking out loud. If x args picks up the standard output, it will pass it to sh1 sum, but somehow we must tell it to send this to a file called result.sh1. Did they even allow me to use xargs? They said by adding pipes and command T. They didn't mention xargs. We can do more T's actually. We can do T again. On the... because we still have the standard output. And then we can do a... very close. You'll say if you want hints and help, right? Well, I know I'm close, but close is not enough, right? When you say that you're close, I'm going to make a rude joke maybe. It's like when you're not a teenager, but when you're younger and you go outside into a bar or something, and you come back home later and your friends ask you how was it last night out, and you say that you almost had sex. Did you or did you not? You know, almost is pretty useless, if you know what I mean. Close is not useful in all situation, yeah. I'm... the problem is that this is going to take a while before my brain starts working again, and that will be probably in the morning. But yeah, okay, let's just one more time. DD receives the original block device, right? This is our block device, not really, but pretending to be one. And then we are catching the output of DD, which is definitely happening with T, and we are putting it into our result, which still works, but we still have our output on the standard output going on. So in theory, we can catch this with another T and put it into what? And put it into SH1 sum. We could do it like this maybe, but not entirely sure if this will work. Nah. Now we need to redirect the standard output to SH1 sum. So either we are going to do it like this, but I don't think that we will. Maybe we should put SH1 sum over here and receive everything that is that is happening in the entirety of this command. Like now I'm just making a fool of myself, but if the entirety of this command ends up in SH1 sum, I may be able to just forward the result into result.sh1. This kind of makes sense in my head at the moment. Right? So if I press enter, and if the result img and result sh1 have the time 23 colon 38, then it should be good, right? No, not good. The result is not good. Okay, so a part of command is still good. Command substitution ignored null byte in input. Null byte in input. Command substitution. But this part definitely triggered. This part definitely triggered because we have a new result.img. Okay, let's put it back over here. So closer to having sex before, it was with another T, right? This actually doesn't make too much sense, to be honest, what I just did. But it kind of didn't produce any errors. Yeah, it doesn't work. Look again at what sh1 sum did in the question, where it read from and where it wrote to. Well, it read from the image. So from the image that DD created. But in my case, DD didn't create the image. T is the one who created the image, right? Ah, so the file is already created. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's a brain rot moment. So the file is already created. Yeah, that was completely unnecessary. Yeah, now it's fine. Now it's fine. Yeah, I kind of didn't even notice that at this moment the result img is already created, right, as a file. So it was all it took is not to read from the standard output, but from a file. It's not yet. You think it's not? Oh, the result is 0. The result img is 0. How is it 0? You mean from which input stream? Standard input, output, or error? Well, this command is taking the image. It's basically reading from a standard input, yes, which is a file, and then it is outputting to the standard output, which is a file once again because of the redirects. So if it's reading from standard input, now what do you have after the T there? I have a pipe which is it's executing at the same time. So it needs to be redirected into SH1 sum. This visually looks really funky with all of these greater and lesser than, right? But this kind of makes me feel that it will work now. No, now it's completely broken. Do you know why it's called T? No, I have no idea. Read from standard input and write to standard output and files. I clicked on a link. I don't see why it's called like that. Because it splits the standard input into two parts like the letter T does. Oh, okay. You have file content in the pipe after T. So I should return the pipe. Okay. One part going to standard output and the other to the specified file. Yeah, so that's what happened here. One part is going to the file, and the other part is going to the standard output here. Or I'm still not sure if I should use the greater than or the pipe. You want to calculate SH1 sum from file content and write it to a file. Yes. But if I do this command, then my image is empty, right? Why is my image empty here? Who then consumes the output of the T command? I mean, the entire command after the pipe is consuming the output of the T command, because if I delete this, I'm going to get a bunch of binary on my screen, right? So it's the standard output. Is the standard output happening? And so you have a file content after the pipe and you want SH1 sum to read the file content. Yes. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. So the SH1 sum definitely read the output and it showed it on my screen. So I don't have to do the I should have done this earlier. Yeah, now it's fine. Now it's fine. I didn't. It kind of turned in my head, right? Because in the GGs, yeah. Because here it was reading kind of on the right side. And in my case, I was handing it over from the left side, and all of these right and left sides are kind of confusing a little bit. But I definitely should have done the SH1 sum without any arguments immediately, just to see what happens there. Now it makes sense. Lego bricks coming up slowly one by one. Two more. Let's see if these are easier. But there is one problem with this pipeline. The SH1 command loses the file name as it reads from standard input. Loses the file name. But it also loses the file name in this case as well, I think. Yeah, I did. I understand. I understand what you mean. But the thing is that it, we did solve the assignment, right? Because this backup script is losing the file name as well, right? So they wanted us to combine these two commands into one command. They didn't want us to improve their script. They just wanted us to make it like a one command and leave it as is. So in my case, I think we're done with this. I understand what you mean. The file name should be kept, right? So later we can do the easy calculations, you know, to verify that the file is correct. It's not substantial to the question, yeah. I'm good. I'm good. I understand. We would definitely like to preserve the file name for later reference with the calculations if the file is okay. Command tar is used to archive many files into a single file, preserving directory structure. Option -d allows to specify a file containing the paths to be archived. For example, find type file tar. Okay, this is a bit long. Tar compress with bzip to. I have no clue what f is here. Oh, this can be. I know what f is. Okay. To this, I mean the f is specify the file output name, right? So, but I usually just connect these two together. Specify file output with t. Specify a file containing the paths to be archived. Creates the minus here is the trick part. Creates a compressed tar file from the list provided by the command find. Option T minus indicates the standard input as the path list. Okay, this is clear. In order to avoid possible parsing errors due to paths containing spaces, what command option should be present for find and tar, right? Okay, so this was earlier in the lesson, right? Something ending in 0. Search 0. And find. I can find it here. File is 0. Print 0. Okay, print the full file name on the standard output, followed by a null character instead of the new line character. This allows file names that contain new lines or other types of white spaces to be correctly interpreted by programs that process the find output. This option corresponds to the -0 option of xargs. Okay, so -print 0 is being used here. In order to avoid parsing errors, we need the -print 0 to be used in the find command. And then in the tar command, I guess we need the manual for that as well. Okay, that was a unlucky guess. Let's try again. We need to pass something to tar to basically understand that we have been using the what did it call it in the manual? Null character. We should search for the word null. Is this it? No, it's not. The null option instructs tar that the names in file are separated by ASCII null character instead of LF. Okay. Why is this under -t? Because we are going to add it as an extra, right? So basically in the tar command, we're going to add -t -null and then another dash to end it, right? Is that it? Without typing the entire command now? Almost. So print 0, is it right? Let's try it. The command is find /etc type f tar. Okay, we don't need this. We're going to put this into temporary folder. Etc xz. Why is it xz if there is a capital J here? This should be tbz2 in my opinion, or tar.bz2. So the -t. So what is this looking for? It is looking for all of the files in etc directory. bz2 is lowercase j. Okay. Thanks. So you're saying that this command is going to fail, right? Permission denied. It doesn't seem like the command failed. In order to avoid possible parsing errors due to paths containing spaces, what command should be present? We don't have this problem, I think. we need to trigger a problem somehow. Let's generate a problem. Make directory sudo make directory etc la. Okay, there we go. So let's try our command once more. This is not a problem yet. We need to put a file in there. Directory won't cut it. Okay, then sudo touch etc la. I just touched two files. One in the current folder, right? One is in the current folder. Remove la. Why didn't this work? Now it worked. Ah, okay. Let's remove this one. Okay, I got what I wanted. I made a mistake. So from the where is the tar command? Find, right? So exiting with failure status due to previous errors. Okay, let's, what was it? Print 0. So print 0 goes into, I don't know, here. Print 0, right? And we are still exiting with the error. And here we wanted to put null. Permission denied. Cannot stat no such file or directory. Oh, it doesn't go there. It goes here. Not here. In front. Maybe not. I'm just guessing. Clearly. So print 0 is Ahmed, welcome in. Print 0 is, I think, on the correct spot. Man tar. It's correct now. Exiting with failure. Let's remove. It had perma denied errors. Let's remove the file and do it again. Right, okay, so I got the result. Remove etc. Let's do the wrong command again. Where was it? Here. Permission denied. Ah, it didn't even attempt previously. It did create a file, but it didn't even attempt to go through my files. Right, so it's 32 bytes, and the correct command is a little bit bigger, right? Okay, so basically it goes print 0 here to avoid problems, and null to work with this print 0, right? You are running in permission issues unrelated to the command. Yeah, that's fine. No worries, it made some backup, but the space-separated file names were missing. The fact that I'm running into permission issues is, it's fine. It's fine. I don't mind this happening. Incomplete backup is sometimes a lot worse than no backup at all. It's much harder to notice a problem. I don't think they were missing though. I mean, I can sudo this command and catch everything. Find everything and then sudo tar. Permission denied. Now I broke it. But okay. Instead of opening a new remote shell session, command SSH can just execute a command indicated as its arguments, SSH, and then just passing the remote command. Okay, given that SSH also allows to redirect the standard output of a local program to the standard input of the remote program, how would the cat command pipe to a local file named etc.targz? Okay, this is a long sentence. Ashkante, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Let's just do the remote command first, step by step this time. Let's exit from there and do the cut etc, not etc, temp etc tar xz, right? Actually, we don't want to cut that. Let's just ls. Yeah, that works. Let's Lemon, have a good stream. I need to go now. Bye. Yeah, well, this is the last thing that we're doing today, and after this answer, the stream is finished. So if you want to join us again, it will be next Sunday in 5 hours before now, whatever your time zone is. Okay, so remote command works. Given the SSH, okay. How would the cat command pipe a local file named etc.targz to pipe a local file into a remote file? Okay, so we need to take a local etc file. Let's first copy. Let's first copy setcp dart at what was the 192.168 99 147 tmp etc.tar.xz to the current folder, right? So I have it here now on my local computer. And now I want to delete it. From the remote computer. Let's list this again. No such file or directory. Now we have it locally, but not remotely. Okay, one more time. They want us to cut the file and pipe it. How would the command cat pipe a local file to a remote file? Well, we can try like this. SSH. We want it to end up in a remote file. We can use cat first. Cat. What was the file name? This. Oh no, we don't want to do that. We definitely want to SSH first. And then we want to cut etc like this. So the output of this command is going to go into this command. But I'm slightly getting entangled here. Maybe I feel like I should add another cat here. But I'm not sure. Because if I remove the cat that is blinking at the moment, then it feels like the output of my local cat is simply going to launch a stream of binary data into a file on the remote. Maybe that could work. No such file or directory. What if I do it like this? No such file or directory. So it's like the same command. How would the cat command pipe a local file named this to a remote file? I have no clue. What if we do this? No such file or directory. So the command goes in the end. I think I'm gonna give up on the last question. Does anyone else want to give it a go? We have still 9 people on YouTube and 1 person on Twitch, which is more than enough to solve this problem here. Okay, so the question was, if we can execute a remote command, your first thought was correct. Cut the file, then pipe into SSH. Oh, the one I tried previously and said that it wouldn't work. Cut at the ts and then pipe into SSH like this. That way SSH will get the standard input with file contents. The trick then is to run a command within the SSH session which will take the standard input and put it somewhere. Yeah, I mean, the greater than should do the trick in that case. Pseudo terminal will not be allocated because standard input is not a terminal. It didn't work. Not quite that easy. SSH will run a command for you. Then what Alexei said, dd off equals this. This worked. So dd is taking the standard input instead of if it gets anything from standard input, right? That's why we can omit the if here. I mean, dd is, I guess it's practical here, but we could also use cat in the same way. Cat in quotes, yeah. So like this, ls, yeah, it's there. Okay. It's really late for the brain. It's convenient to save the execution date. So today is the date. Okay, using love your Kuya Nimbus. Welcome into the YouTube stream. I guess you have been here for a longer. I have reviewed some of your videos when I study. Currently focused on Red Hat. I like Didi better though. Yeah, Didi is looks cleaner. Thanks a lot, Kuya. Using command echo, how can the content of the variable today be sent to the standard input? Did we do it like this? I don't think we did. I think we used sed first and then sent something, but it worked. It worked, but we did it differently. How could the output of command date be used as here string to command? Is this space here allowed? I kind of thought that the space is not allowed here. Command convert image creates a smaller Is it possible to perform the same command for every image? So xargs convert small image convert image small image. Yeah, I think we did the same thing, although the file list might have been on the left side of the pipe. This. Yeah, we did this. Okay. Explorational exercises. A simple backup routine. So dd dev sda1 t. Yeah, that's the exact same command that it took me quite a while to get, but we did make it exactly the same as this. Command star is used to archive many files. So they added print 0 here, and they added null at the end, but before t, right? So what I did is putting it after t was wrong, and then I moved it in the beginning, which was fine. Obviously, it can be here as well, but it can't be after the t. But we got that right as well. Instead of opening a new remote shell, we can use cat ssh cat ssh cat. We did something similar to this, right? It can be after t, but it shouldn't be between t and its value. Okay, I understand now. Okay. I think what was our solution like this one? Cut at its and then cut under quotes. Yeah, that's the one that we did. The one that Alexei gave with Didi was like similar to this one, or what I tried to do, SSH. Okay, so we are doing the remote command. We're cutting. I think I did this at one point and it broke because I didn't use the quotes. Let me just rewind. Yeah, that's the command. That's the command that I did. I did this, which is basically the same as this solution, and it didn't work because quotes need to be on a remote command, and I simply didn't do that. Is it the same? No, it's not the same. I'm missing the... okay, I see now. The quotes are not the problem. The greater than was the problem here. A bigger problem than missing quotes. Nice. Sometime I should show you the horrible spaghetti I came up with during my day job. Yikes, I do a lot of bash hackery as part of my SRE job. You should do that, yeah. It's not about not using quotes, you tried using command substitution here. A little bit more understanding is needed. I mean, if I struggled with a lot of these commands and understanding how the flow works, I believe that a lot of other people who will be watching this video on demand later will be struggling a little bit. Not everyone, of course, but there will be more people who will need to practice a little bit more. Maybe go through this lesson twice or something like that. Yeah. That command substitution was another issue, but also the greater than sign was missing. Quotes and redirection missing in SSH is part of the problem, but you shouldn't have done backticks. Yeah, that's what Alexei wrote as well. Yeah, I understand now. Okay, this feels like a bit easier lesson for the next time. Putting a program to background, foreground, job, skill, know-how, processes, stop, free memory, uptime. I don't know this command. Tmax and screen. Okay, it's not that easy, but it will be fun. The next one will be fun. Close everything here. Right. Reject everything that YouTube offers. Right. We are live right now. Good night, everyone, says Alexei. Good night, Alexei. I'm just talking to people who are watching this on demand, right? As a video on demand. So you can find here all of these videos, right? We have started. The first one was LPIC 101.1 2 months ago, roughly. I don't remember the exact date. This one is free. This one is free. This one is free. So the reason why this is members only is because I kind of thought that it would be a good way to show a little bit of appreciation into what we are doing here, because I'm not really asking for too much of the investment here. If you type /join here, it will tell you, oh, you have to sign in. But basically, it's just €1 to become a member, and then you get access to all of the previous streams, right? So the one that we just streamed right now, the one that you're watching for free, it kind of stays free for entire week until the next lesson comes up. So you have time to watch, after the video is recorded, you have like 7 days to watch it for free. And I'm going to put this one for members only after I end this stream. I think this is fair for me. I think I have never been as tired as I am now from all of the previous streams, but I'm getting there. This is going to get only better from now on. I guess I'm going to see you in the next video, right? Good night, everyone.